Oops, guess I didn't switch on my starting soon stuff. Oh well. You all get the idea, right? Anyway, welcome back. So, last night we made it to, Raedric. And apparently he has a sword that makes him invincible except against, the other sword. Which is really weird considering that effectively makes him more invincible than Julius. But what do I know? Um... We have like no one on this left side who can capture, although I guess the left side doesn't seem to have anything worth capturing anyway. You thought it sort of just gives Julius half damage effect and coincidentally 20 effective res? I don't know, maybe, but the dialogue up to this point said that it makes him unable to be harmed by anything aside from the blade that Sias gave to Leaf, so I was taking them at their word. But maybe it is just like actually reduced. But story-wise, they want us to believe that it makes him invincible, which is weird, I guess. Suppose it could be a mistranslation, but I kinda doubt that. Does she have... Yeah, she has B swords. Can she use... She can in fact use a silver sword. That's enough to use a killing sword on him. Yes. Killing Edge, Helvin, let's go. Hey Sarah, can I like how Thracia's story intertwines with genealogies even if it needs some retcons? Yeah, I mean, I feel like the retcons are what make it better, or like the overall Young Girl story better, so for the most part, I don't have any issues with the retcons. And Sarsol's only one range. That sucks. Actually, let's give the heal to Homer. Take a mend on Safi. Okay, so Homer and Halvin want scrolls. Trade Dean's over to Halvin. And I think Fergus has one. Yeah, we'll trade that over to Homer. I guess this is mostly gonna be like Sarah plowing through these dudes. Okay, looks like we want Marita. Is Marita and Homer to have door keys? Actually, do we need more than that? Let's see. No, it looks like they'll open the door for us on this side. Oh, I should also... let's see. It's an emergency button in case too many people get hit by hell. We'll have Fortify in play with Sappy. I might actually bring the sleep staves. Try to put these ranged sword enemies to sleep so that I can capture them and take their stuff. At least without risk of accidentally killing them. Who had the other sleep? We did capture both. Strange. Did I just miss it? Maybe I forgot to take it from them? Or maybe it was on Sias. Crap, it was probably on Sias. Well, that's unfortunate. Well, it's probably still worth it, because we get another sleep here if we land the silences. We could deploy like 4 more people, but is it really worth it? We could bring Tina, but there's like no chests to unlock unless there's something up in here. Also, I have no idea what's going on here aside from, I guess maybe I'll spawn in siege tomes or something dumb like that. Alright. We'll just go as is and we'll see if we need to make adjustments. Raedric, do I hear correctly that you've allowed those rebels to invade the castle? Ah, if your eminence would grant me more time, I'll see to it that the vermin are wiped out. Don't promise more than you're capable of. It's obvious to anyone with eyes that the rebels have the overwhelming advantage. Even for you, this is pathetic. I thought you'd at least be more useful than this, but it seems I overestimated you. I wash my hands of you, Raedric. Our alliance has come to an end. Wait, Bishop Veld, please! If you abandon me now, I... Not above begging, are we? Oh, very well. I'll consider this a dead man's last request. I shall spare you a battalion of sorcerers from the esteemed Welkenrosen. And I guess this is an actual battalion, because this is a lot of sorcerers. Don't let your guard down, Prince. There aren't many of Raedric's men left, but he's made up the difference by hiring a slew of sellswords. The most dangerous of them all is a swordsman by the name of Galzus. Challenging him directly is suicide. Galzus, you say? What should we do about him then? Our only option is to lure him close enough for me to ambush him with the Tome of Forseti, yet even I don't know if that will defeat him. We barely have enough troops to stage such a diversion. August, why did you insist on splitting our army in three? Divide and conquer, of a sort. The second group is to rescue the children, and the third will arrest the Loptrian bishops. As our tasks are a race against time, that was all the more reason to send them in ahead of us. Rescuing the children goes without saying, but why bother with the Loptrian bishops? There's a place of worship in the east wing of the castle where the Loptrians congregate. The bishops there pose a grave threat to our army as they wield berserk and sleep saves. I see. So the task of defeating Raedric falls solely to our group then. Indeed. There won't be time for the others to circle back and rejoin us. We're certainly in for a difficult battle, Prince Leaf. Leave the weaker foes to me. You just focus on Raedric. Understood. No matter what it takes, I'll cut him down. Well, that's annoying. Because Galzus wasn't on here when that started. I'm pretty sure we need Marita to recruit him. If we actually even can. So... this is already a bus unless... I can either rearrange everything so Marita ends up over here, or I can bring a rescue on Nana, I guess. It's really annoying how much they hide stuff here, but I guess it's kind of nice that we do have said. Okay. Well, let's see if we can get Marita into the middle group then. Raedric feels like he should be the final boss with how he's driven a bunch of the story. It kinda does, but at the same time, they've also... like, he spent a lot of time screwing up, too. Okay, so who else can we... We just deploy Salem and Tina. No, Marina's still on that side. Okay. Actually, she's probably stuck there because she's like our first supply. I wonder if I undeploy her and then go back to deployment. No, she's still at the top. Alright, we're probably gonna have to use a rescue then. That's really annoying. We also don't want to deploy Salem because that pushes Nano over there. I really don't want that team to be down by 1 though, considering... Although I guess we've got 2 of our big light users over there, it's probably fine. I guess worst comes to worst, if we decide we need Sarah over there, then she can take the warp from Safi, but... Hey Dryzalizer, you see a Sed. There is indeed a Sed here. You know, I do find it a little curious that Galzus is hanging around. He's like, he's a sellsword. What's the point in hanging around with an employer who's basically a dead man walking? I just realized, I do like that. Okay. Because I have to use all my staves to... silence their own status. stave, so we can't do the Marita play right away. Also, we can't have Homer open the door either. So I guess we have... Aaron do it, I guess. Wait, no, I guess Homer can do it, because his saves are not on a level where he can actually contribute the silence. So he's fine, I guess. God, which of these actually has the staves now? This guy has Restore. It's Berserk. Sleep is on the right. Okay, Silence, Restore, Berserk. So these three. Plus this dude. It's really necessary to make me scroll through all these people who, like, it's pointless to silence them. Like, they're physical attackers. Okay, Sarah will have to get that guy. So we'll have Safi get the... the guy with lower magics. Alright, so Sarah gets the Berserk. And then we'll have to trade, I guess. Super awkward pause between that and the level up. think that was the guy. Okay, all their big, scary saves are neutralized. I guess Sed has a save, so he can do this for us too. Nice music, match. So we're not doing anything with Ocean over there. Alright, well, see what spawns in here too, because there's clearly space for these to do shenanigans. Okay. I don't think that guy had anything special. Might be the Fortify? Well, those guys are coming for us. You must really have enough for you making your path cross mine. Well, I think Gauzel's just committed suicide. Well, that's annoying. Because I didn't want to kill him. Why was Ted scared of him? I mean, if he hit both times, Ted would have died. Well, I'm not letting a rescue use go to waste over that. Previous chapter, if I'd killed the boss before Zed appeared, I wouldn't see Zed, but... But Zed shows up, like, when I get in proximity of the boss. So I would have to, like, do shenanigans to make sure I kill the boss without triggering Zed. You have to warp in and kill, basically. I see. So the note makes this really annoying, because, like, trying to keep Marita close but not too close basically makes this all come down to RNG. Yeah, I don't think Zed moves, he just hangs out on the gate. So I guess that's another, like, purposefully sabotaging yourself, I suppose. I guess what I could do... Let's see... is... So he's got 7 movement. And Zed has 8. So what I could do is... I could actually leave Marita where she is. And then rescue with her turn intact. So that effectively gives her like 15... 14? No, 15 movement. You thought he moves when an enemy gets in range? He definitely didn't for my run. He just sat on the gate and waited for the enemy to come to him. Because the Draco Knights all went into the center area that he could have easily reached if he wanted to, but he just sat on the gate and let them come suicide on him. No, I do mean suicide. They had basically no chance. Do we have to worry about these guys having more magic? Okay, well, not that guy. That guy has 7 whole magic. Yeah, they all rolled lower magic this time. Fun. City's still busted, but Sias has his perks. Such as Sias not stealing all the stuff that I had on him. Because Because I didn't realize he would leave, so he took a bunch of staves with him. Draco nades, 1% of the time, it works every time. Yes, clearly. Yeah, I wasn't about to replay that after all that, so I just decided whatever. You can keep it. Which is unfortunate, because it is one of my sleep staves. Maybe he'll be back to help before the end. Fingers crossed. But he did say that he'd had enough of fighting, so... I guess unless the Tower of Broggy's like, hey, Science, dude, come do stuff. I think we're out of luck. Is that the only Fenrir? It doesn't poison, it's not that strong. So I'm not sure if I want to use a... Because I could use another silence on this, but I don't think it's worth it. Because it's not like we have a trained Salem to use it. Like, Salem is sort of leveled, but I also did not use his dark magic at all. You feel like Sarah's a little better than Sappy, and yeah, probably. Actually, I guess if we're doing the rescue play, we should do it with Nana so that Sed can kill something. And she has 6 move. Which, If he does a music note, that's actually exactly in range. That 20 speed cap makes me sad when so many of my characters here would easily be at like 30. If the caps are like genealogy, but oh well. Ouch. He didn't music note that time. Because being in range of those guys is actually going to be probably kind of ugly. Although Nana has a ton of avoid. Marita does not. Also, I'm actually not sure if Galzus would survive getting attacked by, like, literally everyone. This is assuming this even works. Well, I guess let's find out first. And then if people die, we can figure out how to make this work better. Aha! Random refreshers are a great mechanic. Yeah, totally. It's you, the swordsman that rescued me. I'd always hoped to see you again. What'd you come back here for? You're still just a little girl. Swords ain't toys, you know. Back then, when I was possessed by that cursed blade, I had a vision of my father. We were separated when I was very young, but I still remember him clearly. He was the towering mountain of a man, strong as an ox and yet gentle. Galzus the Sellsword, it's you! You're my father! That's a hell of a leap of logic, but I guess if she remembers what he looks like, makes sense. Ah. Why aren't you saying anything? Please just answer me. You don't blame me? I'm the one to blame. Those slavers only caught hold of me because I didn't listen to you. Besides, I wasn't their prisoner for very long. Commander Ivla rescued me soon after. I never held a grudge against you, father. I'm sorry. I searched for a long time, but you never turned up. Besides, with the man I am now, with all the blood I've got on my hands, I figured it was better if you didn't have anything to do with me, wherever you were. Just like that? It doesn't matter what's happened since then? We'll always be family. That lady, the swordswoman who got turned to stone, she's the one who rescued you from the slavers, right? The one who's raised you ever since? That's right. Then there's no way I'm leaving her behind. A man of Isaac always repays his debts. Woo! It worked! Well, I don't think Marita's actually surviving, so we might have to just use the other rescue to get her back here, and then Galzus can go, like, here. It just seems Galzus could just kill his former friends. I mean, there's a strong possibility. There's a lot of brave weapons here, though. So, like, this guy, if he hits... which is like 40% chance. Hits twice, he takes half of Galzus' health. So I think we actually want everyone together here. Strong as Galzus is. Plus he gets a bunch of boosts for being, like, within charm range and stuff. There we go. The boy's looking a little better now. All it took was stacking 2 charm. No big deal, right? Tempting, but I don't want to be in range of this hero. So we're gonna wait one more turn here before we push in. Music Net's pretty fun since the player gets way more out of it than the enemies, but you don't know if you'd bring it back in a remake. I mean, there's a lot of situations where it's extremely dangerous if a boss character gets a music note. Like, Gustav very much could have killed Ocean way back in Chapter 18 if we had worse rolls when he got that music note. Not sure if I can kill these guys faster than they can abduct. I guess if we get music notes, it could happen. Nice adept. Wow, Homer got nothing out of it. Oh, no, that's rude. Well, hopefully those soldiers aren't too strong. Sarah is definitely gonna wrath gib both of them if they don't kill her. Ah, yes. Let's enhance Hell with, +7 magic. Surely that will do something. Yeah, that just straight kills her if they hit. Wait, did that guy on the left just, like, decide to not do anything? World's laziest sniper. You know what? Since Galzos comes with the flame sword, maybe you don't even care about capturing these swords. Selthorn went right just to avoid Galbus. I mean, he knows the guy's reputation, right? Nice crit. Every crit is great because it saves valuable durability. At least every first crit is great. On the second crit, or second attack, it's just flexing. Nice level, though. Now I'm kind of nervous with this hallway. I'm gonna put a Lara here just because these guys will kidnap the kids rather than attack anyway. So that she's not, like, boxed in by these guys if any show up here. Yeah, I might just say whatever and kill these guys. I kind of want Pern to go in, but the problem is that he's gonna be attacked by the siege. So, like, if this Master Bow comes at him after, he's kind of screwed. So I guess he's kind of safe if he attacks from here. Really bad hit rate. You have to hit both too, even if I had Nana go in here. That's kind of annoying. Because he's 2 damage short. Actually, we could have Dermot go in, which would also help Kern out. Yeah, this seems fine. Kids being helpful, making the sorcerers easy to kill. Yes. A little spooky there. Nice level. Did I? I didn't bring a key on this side. Arg. We can technically fix it, but we'll have to use multiple warps. But we get a lot of stays if we do it, so... Yes. We have enough hammer that I think we're safe from using warps like that screwing us over. Still 3 more turns with Fenrir too. Which can make a deadly combo with Hell here. Although, he really seems to like attacking Pern, so if we can keep just using him as a target, should be easy. Running away from Galzels, I guess. No, why'd that kid run towards them? Why would you do such a thing? Alright, fun with Adept. Sometimes you just want to be captured? I have questions in that case. What a goof. I guess we could kill this guy over the wall now if I'd set up for it. But he also only has one more use left, so it doesn't matter. Actually, with poison, this could also be deadly if it hits. By which I mean it would be deadly if it hit. Actually, it wouldn't be 2 warps, it would be a rescue and a warp. That's what we need here. So we need to rescue Safi and then use her warp to get into either the room or to open this door here. But using a rescue is fine because we get another rescue staff out of it. So it's just a warp that will be down, more or less. Think. Or wait. I already used that other rescue, though. Yeah, damn, that might actually be a problem. Unless these guys spawning here have keys. Which could be a thing. Galza's not getting that music note and approaching us actually really screwed things up. Wow, our hit rate is garbo. So we need to bleed that one more. Alright, we'll make Calvin take it. Actually, if those guys don't have keys, what I could do is just warp someone... Warp Ocean, I guess, into the room. And then he can just start capturing and stealing stuff. Probably the easiest way to do it. Hell with the poison is really nasty. Didn't expect for him to go for Sarah over Halvin, but whatever. Same difference, I guess. Yeah, nice 99 miss. Now, these guys do not, in fact, have keys. Disappointing. Now, the problem here is we need Ocean to hold these guys off. But we also need him to capture these idiots in the room below us. If only Selfina had a little more con, she could do it, I guess. Or no, wait, I guess she can't, because she's not a melee user. Yeah, I guess she actually could capture a number of these if she was actually able to use swords. So it's something that I had to put in with 6 strength this way in the game, and she's actually seeing combat. I mean, when you got a brave bow like this, I think you can afford to not have too much strength for a bit. Well, annoying that we got hit by that 16, but it's better than getting hit by hell on one of the poison units. Only doing 11 to this guy is kind of meh. I gotta let him capture this kid so that makes it easier to kill him. I'll borrow his scroll from Marita so that we have less of a chance of Leaf just dying. Oh, nice. I guess those guys are done. Such much heckin' poison. This is nothing compared to last stage. Last stage, there is like 3 times as much poison. This is actually kind of technically more manageable, just because, like, this entire left side wasted most of their turns trying to capture these kids. I guess we can just toss the vulneraries here and then trade. Probably get rid of this iron bow at this point too. Most expensive door key ever, but... Now this is gonna take a few turns. Yoink. And also yoink. Wait, we can be in these pillars. Man, we only have a 5% crit rate. But I guess all we need to do is hit twice. Alright, we'll set it up with a better hit rate in a second here then. Because those scenes is gonna take like 5 more turns to actually capture all this crap anyway. What is that? They're trying to get away, I guess. Also, I suppose if I had just waited, then I wouldn't have had to do all that. That's annoying. Oh well, lesson learned. Rip one warp staff use. Although it may have also been triggered by me getting in here, too. Oh, he's got Jormungandr here too, so that we attacked if we stand on these pillars. Well, I guess we're just gonna stand in front of them then. Yeah, I guess we'll let him initiate so we can potentially finish him off. On the next turn, I guess. Does he have Pavus? He does. God damn it. Always with the Pavus. I guess this guy's probably gonna unlock these other two doors now, too. Hopefully it's nothing terrible. I watched your grandfather die. I saw your father's castle burn. I outlived them and I'll outlive you. What an epic exchange. Also, Leaf having nothing to say about that is kind of a question mark. Oh boy, where are you kids trying to go? Nice 18 magic, though. Assuming we get to keep it on Homer. So I'm very scared of what's gonna spawn here. Once he opens this, what's gonna come out? Like, is it gonna be a million siege tomes? Oh, the adept kill. Ugh, this is absurd. How could these children? Bishop Feld, I beg of you. I don't want to die. Help me. Yeah, nice adept that didn't get Pavist, shockingly. Into a one hit point level. Truly amazing. Okay, Silence Restore, Berserk. The rest are whatever. Oh wait, I guess there's a rescue there too. Damn, this is like 8 turns to capture all these guys. Excuse you? That guy didn't open the top yet, though. That's interesting. I might lure this guy into just dying to Sed then. Or maybe just kill him outright using the throne here. You casual 30 speed. And 65 listed crit. Nice stats. And move. 8 move Marita, I guess. Kim's like, hey, I'm trying to spawn stuff here. So I realized that Selfina can't capture directly, but she can take and then release enemies. So that should speed things up a little bit. At least some of them. The ones who have 6 con, she can do it for. So I'll just do that. She can't really do anything with that music note. Alright, so we just need the rescue and the restore. We don't really care about the heals. We got enough of them. And we can't carry all of them anyway. Plus, we got men's, so it's like, eh. Okay, so Fenrir guy, rescue guy, restore, and Sorcel. So grab him. Well, they're really just trying to continuously spawn dudes from those pillars now. I wonder if the kids are trying to go out like the top here. Although we'll probably finish up before they escape. If that is their destination. I am curious about what's up here, though. Actually, it doesn't appear to be an actual door. It's one of those... Looks like a door, but is actually just a 5 defense, 20 avoid wall. So never mind. Okay, should be the last turn here. There we go. Give them vulneraries as a parting gift. We don't care about those two, so we are out. We fought for every inch, but Castle Munster is ours. Bards will sing of this battle for years to come. Was Raedric really dead, I guessed? After the finishing blow was dealt, his body just vanished. Some wicked force is at work here. That I have no doubt. The whole castle is enveloped in foul energy. I suspect it's connected to the secret temple of the Lopir Church, which lies underneath this very castle. Until that vile place is reduced to rubble, we cannot consider Munster truly liberated. Secret temple. So this is the Loptrians' stronghold in Thracia. Indeed, the man in charge of the temple is a bishop named Veld. He's a close friend and confidant of Manfroy himself. Bishop Veld, what kind of man is he? He leads the parish of Loptrians and infests Thracia with their presence. It is his responsibility to oversee the region's child hunts and to stick the Velkenrosen on any villages who resist. Raedric was little more than Veld's pawn. And according to the prisoners we've rescued since, it was he who turned Lady Ivel to stone. But what? That's unforgivable. This man, Veld, he's the spider at the center of it all. August, do you know how to get to this secret temple? I've already determined where the entrance is. But seizing the temple will be no easy task. Bishop Veld has sealed himself inside with a large battalion of sorcerers. Of course, we could just wait until Lord Selif's army arrives, but we risk Veld slipping away in the meantime. The suffering wrought upon Thracia is that man's doing, not Raedric's. We can't risk letting Veld escape justice. August, give the order to storm the temple. Oh, so this is real endgame. I see. Looks like I guess we're forgetting about Ivel then. Or maybe we fix her afterward. Oh hey, it's Raedric, back as, ah. Back as Muss, apparently. Somehow I think this is gonna be super spam reinforcements here. Given all these sigils. I've been defeated, but I don't want to fall here. Incoherent zombie noises. I guess this is exactly the same, except he's not on the throne this time. Actually, it might be that we have to break all the seals in order to get a Veld. Sarah's fatigued, we can fix that. I mean, it's endgame. Time to break out the S-drinks. Got 6 more slots. Well, I guess 2 more, or 4 more slots. Let's see. I guess we gotta play those. And then we got 2 more slots after we S-ring Karen and Sarah. Wow, Dean actually has ace swords. Crazy weapon ranks. Maybe we bring him then. And I guess Ralph. Gonna get a little close on tomes here. See if there's any fun targets to hit with Berserk in this chapter. Okay, if we give Derma to Dorky... Wait, Dean needs to have stuff that's not lances, because he can't actually use those on foot. Not much available here. That's not what I wanted to give. I want a door key. Guess a door key for Dean as well? Master Bow hit rate's a little freaky here. Because Winona or Marita could easily get picked off. Do that. Since Durmot's not going to be using that while he reaches the door for us. Now, it's a good thing I got all these door keys. Holy crap. I thought I was being paranoid. I was very much not. I guess Homer is being door jockey here because Zed is just that much better. Okay, well... see what happens. Reject proved to be even more useless than I thought. Well, if you want something done right, best do it yourself. Veld, explain yourself. Archbishop Manfroy, when did you get here, Your Eminence? Spare me your sniveling formalities. Why is killing one person, a child, need I remind you, so difficult for you? The Leonster heir has humiliated you at every turn. I'm deeply sorry, Your Eminence. I'll claim Prince Leaf's head before the day is over, I assure you. See that you do, otherwise it will be your head that hangs from the castle gates. More than just this battle is riding on the boy's death. If he lives, all our efforts to incite war in Thracia and assassinate Prince Quan will be for nothing. I'm amazed the ruse has held for this long, frankly. The fools still think Trevant was behind it all. Hehehe. Well, I almost pity the Thracians in the depths of their ignorance. Did it never occur to them that Trevant had no way of knowing when Quan's forces would march, or what route they would take? Capitalizing on Trevant's ambitions to make North and South Thracia tear each other apart. Everything happened exactly as you predicted it would. I'm honored by your words, Your Eminence. But simply given way to a new problem. You underestimated the Leonster heir, did you not? It would have been best to nip him in the bud and kill him when Castle Leonster first fell, when he was little more than an infant. It is true that Prince Leaf has brought all the rebellious children of North Thracia together in one organized revolt. But if we strike them down now, when they all act as one and their morale is at its highest, their spirits will be broken. And in my defense, the boy has done us a great service by defeating so many of House Frisia's divisions. Without realizing it, he's eliminated one of the few military powers that could have threatened our rule. Besides, while he may be Leonster's heir, he's merely a child without enough holy blood to so much as lift the Gaybog himself. He's a posturing rebel who's deluded himself into thinking he's a real prince. You cannot hope to triumph against me. You make a good case for yourself, Veld. Very well, I shall grant you a second chance, and as a token of my favor, I bestow upon you 5 of my finest creations, the Deadlords. I'm most grateful, Your Eminence. Combined with with the one I just finished crafting, that makes a total of 6. Now the barrier will be impenetrable. Then I'll leave you to it, Veld. I trust you'll be along to bring me, or shortly to bring me the good news. I won't fail you, Your Eminence. Okay, so more surprise, additional bosses. Gasp, it was actually Manfroy and a mask that killed Quan. Oh no! Hey, Shattered Ace and Airmath. Is everyone ready, I guess? All of our troops understand the plan. Small squads have been stationed in front of every altar. Let us hope they're all capable of defeating the horrors that lurk within. I know they are. Everyone is aware of what's at stake. The seals inside each of the 6 altars have to be broken to open the way to Veld. It's more complicated than that, my prince. One of our men must stand upon the center of an altar to break its seal. Each of the 6 altars must have one of our soldiers standing on its center all at once for the barrier to be dispelled. I fear reinforcements will arrive if we take too long to coordinate this. You need to prepare yourself to sacrifice some of the troops if it means getting rid of the barrier more quickly. I understand, but let's hope it won't be necessary. Come on, let's end this. Is that... Tigress appears to be, I don't even remember his name. Dagdar. Yeah. It appears to be Dagdar, who, we never saw again after things happened. Gasp, Sniper Eyeball. I assume, yeah, they've got a great Miracle, Wrath, and Adept. This is, going to be great. Canis, who has a Berserk Staff. And plus 10 magic from something? Wrath, Paragon, Miracle. Why do these all have to have Miracle? Orcus. Why do I get the feeling that if we missed Pern, that'd be Porcus. Galzus, if we killed him, would be Bovis. I don't know, I guess this would be Sarah if we left her behind, maybe, or something? Sniper Eyeball just to be real cheeky. Yeah, spoilers for FP4. Reinhardt and Kemp should be Deadlords? Probably. Good luck, thanks. Good dodge. Oh, all these enemies just like have plus 10 magic. $42 is a lot of damage. Like, even Sarah is actually afraid of that. I didn't give this team a door key, but I guess we're probably going to be figuring things out a little bit before we actually finish this. Yeah, 48 on set. I mean, the void is technically not that high. At least compared to what these enemies are throwing around for hit rates. $145 hit. Gross. Ah. You should have had more magic, nerd. Sarah stonks. That's all there is to it. Only thing is, we have no way of shutting down this Berserk staff, so that's gonna probably mess us up a bunch. Even though we've got... I guess we don't have complete restore distribution here. You know, Osin probably has this handled now. So we can send Galzus to help with one of the other ones, or to start killing these dudes. But we're actually not good enough to, right, sweep Dagdar. Yeah, I guess we can't even silence the crappy guys either. Oh yeah, these guys have over 20 magic in a lot of cases. Nice crit. You like the Wafted Dragon architecture here? Also, FE7 Final Chapter copy this a bit, but this is more complex and cool. Yeah, I did kind of notice that. Nice. Oops. I'll have to open the door and not actually attack. Well, that's annoying. Nice tiny crit. I guess we'll just have to do it next turn. Shame Homer didn't have a little more staff rank, because I think then he could use a sleep if he had C. Interesting music. Damn. That Fenrir can actually kill Linoan. Gross. Ah, yes. Berserking Galzus. I guess that makes sense. That also makes this extraordinarily dangerous. Which means I think we're gonna actually... We can't target our own units with sleep? Even though we can, like, fight them? It's weird. Can still target with rescue. Yeah, IV4 ranged restore no more. Good to be working, have fun. Alright. See you, Freed. It's Pern missing 2 of the attacks while the opponent's sleeping. Amazing. Nice move increase, Sarah. Sarah is basically a horse now. Sweep on Sappy is, like, not useful. I really should have had it on Set or... I guess it'd have to be just Set. No one else has high enough magic. But no one's kind of almost there, but it's not high enough, I think. Actually, what is Set's? I guess, yeah, it's just Sarah, really. Yeah, move bubble, except at this point in the game, I don't know how much it actually helps. It's funny, but I don't know how much it helps. Well, at least he's making himself useful. Sadly, this is where you must crash. Alright. Good night, Shim. Thanks for watching. Have a good sleep, and thanks for the luck. Wait, why did that guy... I guess because he couldn't damage? Well, that one's probably just dying here. Yeah. Ah, Dean. We're likely to have to restart, so we'll just keep playing to see what happens. Oh boy. Zaga says we make sacrifices. I mean, not when we do this for real, but in order to get intel, we sacrifice on timelines. See if we can do that to distract him. Yeah, basically just two altars left, except Galzus is basically zoning us out of the bottom one, so it's not remotely simple. You think in the original, the Deadlords are given German numbers as names? One of the later FEs kind of retconned that, so they changed them here. You prefer Zombie Raedric as Ein, though? And then FE6 uses Ein as the name of the first War Dragon you face. Interesting. I guess the move actually matters here for Stork. It's kind of nasty that Candace has 30 magic because she can berserk literally anyone. Although I guess in this case it's just going to be Fergus again. Or likely to be. But I guess Fergus has kind of always been the first target, so it's interesting that Galzus got targeted first, but knowing that, that makes it reasonably easy to lock that down. See if we can get Galzus to come up here. And then we move down, and then he just starts killing all these dudes. Because I'm gonna have to restore Fergus again next turn. Oh, he is. Nice. Although Galzus might actually die to these guys. I think he's 3-hit KO. And he's really suffering from success. Oh. He's definitely dying to the Fenrir. Or a very high chance. He hasn't dodged anything yet. Yeah. Rip Galzus. So Xerti forgot about Weapon Triangle, yeah. So this is it. Here, real fast things, so I was even able to see. Seeing what? Dodging in their sleep. Not only that, but dodging 80s. Shaking my head. I guess it could have been Miracle. Sarah consistently getting HP. Yeah, after getting like no HP for a lot of levels. Just lopsided RNG, I guess. Oh, now those guys are aggroed. Oh boy. Wow, this guy's hit rate is so high. But that's just the result of the misclick, because I was supposed to open the door and not attack him. Then Leaf was supposed to murder him, but I guess this gives us an excuse just to do research and not care if anyone dies. That hit rate. Oh, I guess he one-shots. Yeah, I think that would explain why it was, like, Super Miracle Troll then. Alright, well, I guess we don't need Sid there, then. We'll see about, stemming the tide of these Berserkers. This is a real tough one here. Because, like, we can't count on evasion either. I didn't trade Ferguson's scroll either, which is not great. It's okay here, because it doesn't matter if he dies, but... Wow. And he got crit. I'm not sure if we're gonna be able to open this. Because, like, we're just gonna get Nos tanked to death over and over. I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna see if she falls us out, or if we need to actually go in on her. Because if she doesn't fall us out, then we can kill the guards. Wait, did something spawn off soon? Oh yeah, okay, well, Sappy's getting wrecked. She does, okay. So we can at least get her off the avoid tile. Wow, Sarah actually dodged that? Well, that's definitely a miracle proc, getting around her wrath. Sarah, settle down. You're just gonna keep missing. Or not, I guess, huh. I guess for the hits that don't crit, it's fine. Oh my god, Leaf. You and your trash hit rate. Okay. This is taking too long, so I'm gonna do this. Turn the animations off so we can move this along. Although I guess knowing that these guys will come out, we should actually back Leaf up here. They're gonna keep spawning, huh? Man, this is so stupid. And Helvan got crit again. Despite holding a scroll. I guess it's been a really long time since the first occurrence, but it's notable enough for me to remember it. Let's see. It looks like they started on turn 6. Or no, turn 5 is the first one. It really blows that this is indoors here. Because you know what we could really make great use of for taking down Canis? Finn with his Brave Lance. But he'd be stuck with a sword if we brought him, so it's just like, eh. Especially since we didn't train his swords either. Okay, so 3 turns and counting of reinforcements. Oh, she might actually be out of Tums at this point. So I forgot to swap her to Wind. Yeah, Dean having ace swords is ridiculous. I guess they weren't kidding when they said he basically like trains day and night or whatever. Well, rip Sarah. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get this last seal open. I mean, we technically can by running away and then rewarping set in, but Dean also has to not die to these guys. Though I guess at this point, I think this one's like a lost cause, so we might as well open it up and see what's inside. Wait a minute, at 96, dude. Well, I guess we have to wait. It might be like when we had to do the kill boss thing where it doesn't open until... Either that or we have to manually open the door, but it doesn't look like it, because this is showing as a wall right now. Or maybe we have to have it at the end of enemy phase? That makes it more complicated. Dean does the favorite dodge by his snipers. I mean, I think Sed just dies the Canis. So, I mean, I guess Dean's the problem too, but... Looks like Dean's pulling through. Oh, Sed actually dodged. And counter crit. What? Oh, and then Dean got crit. Rip. Okay, well, we can still open the stuff up. Just to see. We'll just have to warp Sed down to the bottom. After bringing the others back now that Canis is dead. And it'll give us some time for those snipers to move away. But I guess there'll be more enemies, that's gonna be interesting. Man, Ocean is dodging way more than he probably should be. I guess it'll be good to figure this out to know exactly how it's supposed to open, too. Slightly more hit points. Okay. So these guys come for at least 5 turns. It's probably gonna be like at least 10 or 15 if we were to wait it out entirely. Yeah, those guys are missing like coin flips against Ocean every time. Well, that's the end of Vouge. Good job, Pern, I guess. Okay, yeah, so we have to have control of it at the start of player phase. Ah, what? It can't be! Have those children broken through the seal? Nag, leaf, you heathen! You're an impudent brat standing in the way of the divine. I'll send you to Oblivion to meet your parents, but not before you spend a century or two decorating my altar as a petrified statue. These guys all have stat saves and restore. This is long range, which means... Does he have Nihil? No, he has Renewal and Adapt. This means there's actually like a reasonable chance that if we have Galzos alive here, when we open the door, and we just kill this guy, Galzos can run up and quad him and hopefully explode him, since he's holding a siege tome. As is, I don't think we're getting much out of this. I guess Homer could technically kill him right now if we were to go for it. He'd have to have a double crit. No, I guess triple crit. Which means he'd have to proc an Adept and crit 3 times. That seems, slightly dubious. But I guess we know what we need to do here. So let's see if we can bring it all together. Oops, not the armory. Not sure if we had... We might have a third restore, but this silence is actually not helping her because her magic is too low. Oh yeah, we got plenty of restores. Actually, what is, So these guys will have 12 magic after the buff. So if I wanted to be troll about this, I could give the Berserk to someone else and hit them with... But I don't think the Berserk is being helpful on Sarah. Actually, what are we even hitting with silence? Like, basically nothing. Because everything gets plus 10 magic. Almost had a first try win. Well, I mean, I don't consider it a real win if we lose people. Yeah, I guess we should also distribute door keys more. Flashbacks to FE6 or FX6 clear rerun to get Deathless. Yeah, but this isn't as much of a marathon as that. What I might do is rewarp Zed here, like, right away. Kill this with a Brave Bow, and then rescue with Fergus. Because, like, we could play Miracle Battles all day, but it'd be easier just to do, like, an opener to see if Zed can give Canis. Especially since after those few turns, it becomes a very big problem. Could all unused stat basers in the convoy at the final map. Yeah, I mean, I could give them to people, but I have to use them on the map at this point. And really, only the defense one would be that helpful. The skill ones I held on to in case we needed the money. Which apparently we didn't. Having Sarah is the only one who can land our statuses is kind of not great too. It is what it is, I suppose. Leaf could use those skill ones right now. You know, that's true. I guess if we're waiting, I could actually... If Leaf has to wait any turns, we just have him use them. Wouldn't be the worst idea, I suppose. And also, there's someone who doesn't have Adept who actually wants it. I guess Selfina, technically. Halfan. Sure, let's give it to Halfan, I guess. Or Fergus? Fergus might make more sense. Although he's gonna be acting, so that's not really gonna help. Yeah, for who can actually afford the action, it's probably Halvan. HL Saga, yes, this is the final stage. Okay, that's what we were supposed to do the first time. That hit rate is actually kind of high. But I guess Leaf has Miracle from this. Granted, crappy chance of it, but it's probably better to do this than allow Halvin to get wailed on. Oh, that's why we saved Safi's turn. Although I probably should have brought a Min instead of this heal. Assuming... I actually might have distributed all of them. So I had like 3, but... should double check after. Nice crit. Damn, we're actually a damage short. Well, I guess no. I guess we can still kill, but we're potentially getting hit by hell. Nice. Nice crit. No music note that time. And we missed 94. And got hit by hell. Well. Guess we have to physic him. I guess we technically could use sleep with no one here. Getting this guy's definitely kind of falling apart because we don't have as much sleep to go around. So this might be a bit of a gamble here. I guess we're Hail Marrying anyway, because, like, this miss here is really bad. But I guess we can see how well this works out. Nothing else. Yeah, that hit rate is way too high. Leaf's probably just gonna die here. Yeah, he didn't even miracle. You should be sorry, Leaf. Leaf should always be sorry. He's kind of terrible. Let's move that sleep over to Linoan. Hmm. I guess if Leaf opens the door, they might... The first one might target him, and then the second one will probably go for Helvan. So let's try that, I guess. Who are we giving this to? It was, Dermot. Where is he? Oh yeah, I should also... drop that. Yeah, I guess I didn't distribute any of the mans. Well, I guess most of our stuff is ranged heals. Hmm. Actually, thinking about it, dodging the hell probably doesn't matter very much for her. Unfortunate. We do have a heal. It's not gonna be huge. Yeah, he only got up to 35 bulk, so... Though these hammers are pretty weak. Yeah, they actually missed killing him by just a little bit. Alright, so we'll have to put up with one Berserk, but I think we can get said to kill Canis before we need to worry about the rest. I guess him not killing is also an option. Leaf just casually almost dying to one attack. Damn. Her hit rates on her are too high. Hmm. So not Galzus this time. Wonder why. Well, let's see if the said thing works before we go back. Damn it. Well, that's unfortunate. Because we're gonna have to deal with one more Berserk testing this. Man, this damage is way too high. Ah, he's actually stealing from us. Well, that messes that up. Actually, the fact they could steal from... Set in his 30 attack speed, what? That doesn't make sense. Okay, well, I guess we won't get to test it here. I don't know if this right side here can do anything. Because we can put tigers to sleep, but these guys with the master bows still have too much attack and too much accuracy. I guess we can bank on a Dean crit, but actually, if Dean does crit, then one will probably attack Marita. Although she can't take 2 hits, so that doesn't really work. One thing we could do, I guess. Alright, who has the Berserk? Well, it's very easy for these guys to be outside of Nana's or Safi's ability to hit with Berserk. If we're not opening this door, we could also probably wait. It's a shame Lenoan doesn't have E rank. So I think it is A rank, isn't it? Yeah, Berserk is A rank. Nice crit, I guess. Oh, you can actually put this guy to sleep. Right. I guess because Sarah's magic is high enough for that. Funny. You guys still want to put Ival to sleep here. The amount of skill she has is dangerous. Okay, that's probably all we can do for now. Oh, that's interesting. So they'll attack each other who are Berserk. That's not a behavior I expected. I expected them to just let the Berserk guy run around and beat them up. Hmm. Maybe it doesn't. No, because that's interesting. Because it's like. I guess it sees Galzus' 4 more magic is the non-factor. Definitely weird though. Because they did go after Fergus on the first turn last time. But then Galzus on the turn before that, or the one before that, so it's like, what? Oh yeah, the sleeping ones we can just capture and release, I guess. Forgot about that. We have an extra turn with this though, so I'm gonna... There we go. Try and minimize the amount of damage Ocean takes. And unfortunately we can't Berserk this guy, because he has too much magic after the bonus. Wow, Orcus has so much con. 16. That's why I'll win this map easily. The enemy doesn't have the power of friendship uniting them. Well, we'll see about that. Could help him out a little bit there. Not a fan of that crit rate. No last minute magic based. Almost. Con, really? Now the only thing here is... Damn it, Flono only had one more magic. It's too bad I don't have the time to use pure water as an attempt to do that. Although I could do... Actually, I could put this guy to sleep here. And then we could bust open the door and have Marita kill the sorcerer. Come back, you didn't hear the somebody died theme, so you must be not be going the worst so far. Yeah, we're making it work. Leaf's part is being a huge pain, but otherwise... Actually, I guess this and this is being a huge pain, but... Status saves to the rescue, I guess. But we'll have to see what we can do here and what Zed can do about Kenneth. The hit rate on these guys, I don't like that either. Okay. More void. Because, like, normally Master Lances have such bad hip, but... Because it's still just high enough to be a problem. Okay, I guess she's not interested in attacking. Not until she's used up all her berserks, apparently. Can't even really make use of that, because I need him to be in range of Sappy. You basically got one more turn after this before we need to worry about reinforcements. Well, now she gains magic. Hey Kirby, cat to you too. Nice. In that case... we can do... start berserking those guys in the middle. Each of these guys has the highest attack. It's like that guy, and then there's just a bunch of them that are just 30, so we'll hit these two. You don't think there are enough hammers? You sure? HP defense, nice. Ah, nice. Using Wrath against them. Although they need to actually hit each other. Surprising no one, they're still trying to do that to Galzos. Nice Pavis. Nice music note. Yeah, just a little scary. Wow, that guy actually survived? That crit rate. Very spooky. So I guess at least we learned that she's not interested in actually attacking until the Berserk staff is up, which really sucks. Just two holdouts here, but they're the most annoying ones. I should probably figure out a scroll for Zed. Like, maybe Homer should just give his over, because Homer's not actually doing that much direct fighting. Good dodge, but can he actually kill her through Miracle? Apparently. Okay. Oh my god, Leaf. Gotta work with us here. These guys with crit rate. They're a little high. Jason Booba. Not sure if this is exactly the inspiration for morphs, but kinda seems that way, I guess. Yeah, this should give us better supports. And since we gave Leaf healing, we can do this. Use a skill ring for a slightly higher hit rate. Nice. Alright. Triple charm stack. Well, if he doesn't have us, I guess we can... Nice crit! Alright. Thanks, Charm! These crit rates are very spooky, though. Okay, actually, I kind of like them doing this instead of going for Karen. So maybe I'll just leave Selfina there. It's not like she's actually gonna help with killing Veld. And if she actually takes a hit, then we just vulnerate, because that's like the weakness of Hell, is that... can't kill, so we just vulnerate back up if we haven't been poisoned. Are we going to be ready? I guess probably about as much as we possibly can. You have to go, but despite shenanigans, you hope I've enjoyed Thracia as a whole. Alright. Yeah, it's definitely been... I mean, it's been bumpy, but I can definitely see, like, prototype GBA FE here. And there's a number of things I enjoy about it, noticeably more than GBA FE. But yeah, thanks for popping in. Good luck with whatever you have to handle. And hydrated. Okay. Guess we'll have to use a sleep standing right here, that's fine. You hope I get all the music notes for the final room of Lofter Mages. Fingers crossed, I guess. Or if I get enough procs on, like, say, Galzus, without it, probably is fine. Sudden ad jump scares, yeah. Unfortunately, if I want to kill the rerolls, that's what we have to do. Nice 99 miss on that second shot. Hopefully that burns our bad RNs for this. You can't be! Yeah, whatever. Actually, what is his offense? It's 25, so... Galzus is actually not hitting that hard. Gladly wait for enemy so I don't get petrified, jump scared. Yeah, it makes sense now why they do it like that. How much does Sed do? Actually a lot, holy crap. What's the Master Sword doing in the Fire Emblem universe? Stolen by Kaga, of course. Although it's kind of funny that it doesn't seem like they can decide on what the Master Sword should be. Because here it's a brave weapon, and at FE12 it's a, just a super killing edge. Is it too late to make Zed the main character? It might be. Besides, who is this Zed? We only know Sir Hawk. I mean, what? You dared cross me, don't you know the power I wield? Let me show you just what a grave mistake you've made. Actually, you know what? Forget Zed. Galzus is now the main character. I didn't even need my backups. Like, what I was setting up there is I hammered the rescue so I could rescue Galzus if he doesn't music note. So I was gonna go Galzus, Zed, and then probably Homer. And if Homer didn't do it, I'm not really sure who my fourth attacker would have been, but I did have 3 rescues. Astro Luna in the same proc, my beloved, yes. This is my only folly, but this isn't the end. Yeah, it sucks to be you, Veld. Even if you kill me, Loptis is eternal, and the rebirth of his empire is nigh. Until Seliph puts a turfing into his face. Then we're good. What you find really funny is if you captured release Veld, he instead says "Gah." What? Huh. That's bizarre. I may die here, but you'll struggle and flounder for the rest of your days. Heh, 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 heh. Oh yeah, I guess we need to actually seize. So we would definitely not want Leaf to be attacking. Even in like our last desperate attempt. Funny thing and the most Thracia thing ever, but you can also just capture Veld for free since he's holding a siege tome. Isn't he he's holding a regular attack tome though, isn't he? Because I tried to do that with a bolting guy before, but he was holding a thunder. Oh, if you steal off the regular attack tome. Okay, that makes sense. Because yeah, I attempted to do that to a bolting guy like 10 chapters ago, but because he had thunder that still wasn't equipped, I wasn't able to just capture him for free. Made me sad. We did it! We saved Munster! Thanks for the GG. We won! Is it really over? It is. Breathe easy, my prince. Your long fight has at last come to an end, until you regroup with Seliph and fight Julius. With your victory today, the Loptrian's influence in North Thracia has been eradicated. At long last, the Thracian people have been liberated from the tyranny of Loptis and his mortal servants. This is all because of your perseverance and strength, my prince. You never gave up. No, August. The people have you to thank as well. Without your guidance, I never would have made it this far. I started this journey knowing nothing, and you taught me how to be a ruler. I thank you, August. As a monarch, and as your student, I was truly fortunate to have met you. This is... I'm not sure what to say. I need to tell you something, my prince. I would be a poor teacher if I continued to keep secrets from you now. It was not by chance that our lives intersected. In fact, I only became your tactician because I was ordered to do so by my benefactor. Truth be told, at the outset I thought liberating North Thracia was an impossible task. But as I spent more time by your side, as I saw how focused you were on freeing your motherland, how earnestly you wanted it. Before I knew it, I had genuinely begun to believe in you. I hope you can forgive me for all the times I doubted you. Xavier's sacrifice wasn't in vain. Nope. Although we could have avoided the whole thing if he just surrendered. I'll not lie, August. The times when you voiced skepticism of my abilities did always weigh heavily on my heart. Yet, you also taught me how to expand my perspective, to realize the depth of everyone's suffering and sorrow. My upbringing, strange and sheltered as it was, left me lacking the tools to understand the lives of my subjects. And I think I still have even more to learn. I need you, August. I'd be honored if you stayed by my side and continued to teach me. Ah, as you wish it, my prince. So shall it be. Lord Leaf, a messenger just arrived from Lord Seliph. Connaught has been seized by his army. Huh? Connaught has already fallen? What of Lord Seliph? He's alive and well, my lord. Fear not. The message said that he rides for Munster as we speak to help us capture the city. I imagine word has not yet reached him of our victory. He should be in for a most welcome surprise when he arrives. I can hardly believe it. For Lord Seliph to conquer such a formidable fortress as Castle Connaught in a single day. My only regret is that I couldn't kill King Bloom with my own hands. I sympathize, my lord, but as regards go, you could have ended today with far worse. Remember, North Thracia is now free again. In the streets of Munster, everyone, young and old, celebrates the victory of the Liberation Army. The people cheer your name. They shout that Thracia has been liberated by the son of the late hero Quan. Finn, we've been through so many long and painful days, haven't we? But, however hard I had it, you had it so much worse. You possess more patience and endurance than anyone I've ever known. You've been there for me my whole life. Whenever I felt overwhelmed, I knew I could always rely on you, Finn. You sacrificed everything to raise me. It's like I spent my whole childhood sitting on your lap. How can I ever repay you? Lord Leaf! So where was August in genealogy? Presumably dead, I guess. Surrender's not the way of Kaga. I mean, this is a game with capture in it, I'm just saying. But yeah, as far as what genealogy said, when Seliph is headed for Leaf and Finn and Nana, they basically just say, Leaf has gotten all of his friends killed, so presumably, in that timeline, if you compare it to Thracia, that means August is probably dead too. Of the four kingdoms of North Thracia, Leonster, Ulster, Connaught, and Munster, none save Leonster have a surviving male heir. Hence, the people want to be united under your rule. No others remain who could take the throne. Lord Leaf, please, fulfill their hopes, be the answer to their prayers. The tragedy of Thracia is that these small kingdoms have been doomed to repeat their petty civil wars time and time again. Unify Thracia and build a single, prosperous kingdom, as the land once was in the days of Dane and Njorn. Here's the unification stuff that I assume was imported into Three Houses too. Where it's like, yes, unification good. Nana confirmed not canon. I mean, it's actually Altena, but apparently, yeah, no one remembers Altena. Leaf is roughly this strong when he becomes playable in FE4. I kept it canon. I tried to give him levels too, like he was level 13 or 14 when he promoted. And that promotion was just so depressing that I stopped using him. Depends on what route I prefer for true canon. I mean, no, think about it. Three Houses always ends with unification of some kind. It's always unification under Byleth. It just The only difference is whose route or whose house it was achieved through, or I guess potentially not achieved through if you're doing Silver Snow. This was a terrible leap, but it didn't matter much. Yeah, I do appreciate that they gave Raedric really bad stats, so even if you have like 0% leaf, he can still win the fight. Promoted to the bench. I don't know what they were thinking. Like, 5 points distributed one at a time across the stats is terrible. Especially when you compare it to, like, Homer and stuff. Where you promote him and you gain 20 stats. Doing so was the dream of your late father, Lord Quan, and if you truly wish to repay me, my lord, it is what I would ask of you as well. I would move the heavens themselves for you, Finn. Of course I'll do as you ask. I've come this far, I won't start running now. I have a duty to protect North Thracia. Unifying all of Thracia will depend on the will of King Trevant, but I'll do everything in my power to make it happen. Yeah, about that, Wave. Yeah, Trevant's gonna be a little bit less than amicable. Yeah, 20 in total across all stats. Whereas Leaf is like, yay, I gained 5 stats of 1 point. Woo, thumbs up. The Braggy Sword could have been used by Fergus if needed. Oh. Huh. I didn't actually notice that. Which, I don't think the tooltip actually said that, because I noticed with, the one that Dermot brought, Fergus could use it, but I didn't realize that this one was one you could also use with Fergus. Although Fergus was, unfortunately, because of deployment slots on the other side of the map, so I would have had to do some more shenanigans, I guess. Because also just sending Galzus and Lunicrit, I suppose there's that, yeah. Maybe that was the one. Yeah, the Dermot one that gives you, like, Wrath and something else is one I definitely considered giving to Fergus, but, like, at that point, my Fergus was so strong that he didn't need Wrath. He kind of just chewed through everyone in one round with an iron sword. The Bayo sword is usable by Fergus, maybe Bragi isn't. Yeah, because I saw it on the Bayo sword, but I was under the assumption that the Bragi one was Leaf only. Also, when does Leaf get his signature bow? Well, we did steal a Master Bow, so there is technically a Maester Bogan in the convoy. Or I guess in Selfina's inventory that Leaf could totally take as he proceeds into joining Selef's army. It's the same promotion his father got, practically none. Wait, doesn't... Quan starts promoted, so... So it is actually none, technically speaking, right? The Bragi sword is specifically, or usable specifically by those with minor holy blood and lore. Huh. You have to look it up, but Bragi can be used by Leaf, Nana, Dermot, and Fergus. Okay. Neat. Yeah, so the tooltip didn't tell me that, but it's interesting to know. So yeah, probably would have been way better for me to just give it to Fergus and call it a day, or even Nana. Nana was actually pretty cracked too. What do I think of the theory that Ival is Bridget? What do you mean theory? Isn't it canon? Especially with the whole sniper eyeball thing at the end there. I know that's not ideal, but would that be enough to repay you, Finn? It's all I could have ever dreamed of, or all I could have dreamed of, Lord Leaf. Did she get amnesia again? Maybe. Consider she just looks just like her on board. I'm not sure why else she'd be a sniper instead of a swordmaster. Lord Leaf. Lenoan. I imagine this must be very bittersweet for you. North Thracia has returned to our rightful hands, but Tara remains in Thracia's clutches. You know I'll stop at nothing to recapture the city, so won't you travel with me for a while longer? Of course I will, Lord Leaf. Duchess Lenoan, though it pains me to say it, I cannot go with you. How can that be, Dean? Why can't you? Thracia is my motherland. North and South shall soon face each other in battle, and I cannot fight against my home. You should stay with the Prince, Lenoan. He'll protect you from now on. Dean, how can you say such a thing? I couldn't bear to go on without you. Oh my. In honor of Ival's sacrifice, you propose we build a great statue for her. Sure. And then Lenoan died as soon as they left the castle. Womp womp. Lenoan? I will abandon my plans to retake Tara if it means you would stay, Dean. So please, remain at my side. Don't say something so stupid, Lenoan. This isn't like you at all. Ah, damn it, now that I think about it, I'd be hurting both Prince Leaf and my sworn lord if I left with things the way they are now. I have to avoid that no matter what it takes. ... Now look here, little lady. You've just got to say it, right now. But, if you don't say it now, you'll only regret it. Or are you comfortable with staying the cute little sister forever? But Marita... you're just going in circles. I'm getting impatient. Hey, Leaf! What is it, Marita? Yeah, what's got you looking so grim? Come on, Nana, you can do it! Lord Leaf. Oh, Nana, there hasn't been a chance for just the two of us to talk. I wanted to thank you. You've been just as big a help as anyone, and I wanted to make sure you knew how grateful I am. You give me too much credit. I hardly did anything at all. I think not. We were raised like siblings, and you've always been there for me, Nana. Uh-oh, the friend zoning line. It's happening. You were always there to support me, to comfort me when I needed it. And I wouldn't have fought half as well if I didn't have you to keep my spirits up. When this is all over, I'll go looking for Lachesis. And if I find her, I'll tell her, I've fallen in love with your daughter, Nana. Oh, okay, there we go. Alright, Leaf, look. When you're gonna say something like that, you don't lead in with a line that says we were just like siblings. That makes it really weird. I guess in this canon, Leaf married Julia. I've fallen in love with your daughter, Nana. I humbly ask for your blessing to wed her. Ah, Lord Leaf. I know we have a long way to go before our battle is over, but I hope you'll stay by my side, Nana. Of course I will. I'm honored, Lord Leaf. Prince Leaf, Lord Sulliff is here to see you. It seems my reinforcements were unnecessary. I'm relieved to see you safe, Prince Leaf. Lord Sulliff! We're only here because you intervened at Leonster. The credit for this victory is yours. No, North Thracia was liberated by you, Prince. With your own strength. I merely played a momentary role. Nothing more. All of North Thracia is agreed on uniting under your rule, it seems. If a country that vast and wealthy were to join the fight against the Empire, my liberation army would have cause for celebration. Prince Leaf, will you continue to fight alongside me? There's so much left to be done, but if we were to join forces, I know we could overcome any challenge in our way. If you would accept it, I offer you a vow of eternal friendship. To live and die as one, just as our fathers vowed before us. I'm honored to accept your oath. After all we've been through, I think of you less as a cousin and more as an older brother. Yeah, Lachesis was MIA. She apparently survived long enough to be seen by some of her kids and then disappeared in the desert. Yeah, I think, doesn't genealogy also mention that she survived? Because that's like part of Dermot's and Nana's discussion, if I remember correctly. You think Ira might be the only woman to have died at the barbecue, at least implied by heroes? Interesting. That's surprising. Nothing could make me happier than the idea of pooling our strength to create a brighter future for everyone. Then let us swear it upon this sword. We may be born apart, but we shall die as one. As your friend, as your sworn brother, we shall join hands and deliver Yggdrasil from this evil. This I vow to you. And I vow just the same to you, an undying oath, and may the stars themselves perish before it is broken. And that's how Leaf unlocked the ability to be a Master Knight. Thus, Leaf's battle, which started in the remote village of Fianna, ended with the liberation of North Thracia, came to a close. Yet, although Leaf's battle has ended, the war for Yggdrasil has just begun. In South Thracia, Travant's kingdom has already amassed great power. In the Grand Vale Empire, Crown Prince Julius, the Scion of Darkness and Incarnate of Loptus, is still alive and well. Now, in year 777 of the Grand Vale calendar, the world stands on the brink of a new era. And I guess since this game takes place in the middle of genealogy, it wouldn't really make sense to have any ending cards. Wow, sounds like they could milk a lot of sequels from this conflict. This Julius guy sounds like a big deal. I know, right? It's gonna be a long war. To play genealogy, by the way. You think I got 2 guidance? Yes? What was it? 2x and 12x? And I assume I missed the guidance for Ival too, with chapter between here and Endgame somewhere. Because, like, it makes... The way the dialogue flowed here, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense, where Leaf was super focused on Ival, and then we get to Endgame and it's like he forgot she existed. 2x, 10x, and 11x are probably the easiest to get. Huh. The door that I didn't try to open was kind of the key. Oh. Oh, 10x is the easiest. Okay. Ah, what a cute picture there. Actually, that's some top-tier SNES sprite work. 4x is very important too, just missed out on it. Yeah, because it's the only mage for like half the game, right? Although it did hilariously result in me having an incredibly cracked Nana because I ended up using the Earth Sword as my my magic tome, essentially. The best mage, too, I see. Yeah, Altea's stuff is shown in FE4. I'm kind of disappointed that this doesn't touch on the Travant stuff at all. Oh, apparently there are ending cards. Along with Lord Seleth, the rightful heir of the Imperial throne, Leif led the war to liberate Yggdrasil. After seizing the capital of Valhalla, Leif went on to fight numerous battles throughout the continent. Whoa, this is a lot. When all was said and done, Leif's fame and renown ultimately surpassed even that of Holy King Seleth. Oh, really? In year 780 of the Grand Vale calendar, North and South Thracia were unified into one country. Ah, okay. I guess we're getting this as ending cards for post-genealogy. Leif took the throne of this new kingdom of Thracia, and together with his queen Nana and older sister Altena, led his motherland into a new era of prosperity. They were beloved by the people of North and South alike, dedicating their lives to reunifying Thracia. Leif and Altena were hailed as the successors to Dain and Njorn. In the annals of Thracian history, the name of King Leif the Wise, the Sage Lord, will echo for eternity. So I guess that's why he's called that an engage, huh? After hearing word that Leif had safely taken the throne, Finn suddenly disappeared. Gasp! It was 3 years before he was seen again, reappearing just as suddenly as he had first vanished. But why? No historical records exist of where he had gone or what he had been doing during this long absence. The only evidence that remains are strange rumors that he had been seen in the desert. Following their victory at Valhalla, Nana devoted herself to helping Leif liberate Augustria. Clearly he is a guide, sure. After wedding Leif, now king of New Thracia, Nana dedicated her time to aiding the many orphans of the war. Known for her beauty and compassion, she was affectionately called Princess Nana, even after becoming queen. By all accounts, she continues to enjoy a happy marriage with Leif to this day. Still ashamed of her lack of discipline for having been possessed by the Shadow Sword, Burita embarked on a journey to train and better herself, alone. Before long, she grew into a formidable swordswoman, one whose name was known throughout the continent. Finn deserved a vacation. Yeah, I guess so. But no matter how well known she became, she would always say, "I'm nothing compared to my mother." After rival departed Fianna, Alvin took up the role of village leader and commander of the Freeblades. He quickly demonstrated his talent for leadership, and Fianna developed and expanded under his wise rule. Nowadays, Fianna is the envy of every village on Thracia's east coast. After returning to Fianna, Ossian married and was blessed with many children. However, he remained prone to mood swings all his life. His quick temper was inseparable from his kind heart. Ossian never defeated. He eventually earned a reputation around the village as that oddball old man. It's not a very good title. Despite not being fond of the other villagers, he proved to be a reliable man, always willing to help those in need. Returning to Mount Vieldrake, Marty reunited with his old friends and set about restoring the barren land. And I guess since Dagdar is dead, it was just Marty leading. While somewhat dim-witted, his absent-mindedness gave way to a sort of rugged honesty and innocence. His straightforward and uncomplicated nature won him many friends, and he was especially beloved among children. Ronan went back to Iz, where his mother awaited his return. He then resumed his ordinary life of hunting. Sometime afterward, he quietly married, and lived happily for the rest of his days. Safi made her way back to Tara, and devoted herself to healing the sick and helping the poor. The people looked at her like she was divine, and eventually began to speak of her as if she were a goddess herself. After the war, Shiva's whereabouts became unknown. He took great pains to conceal himself from prying eyes. Many unanswered questions surround this enigmatic figure in history. Wait. Scholars have proposed various theories about his origins and activities after the war, but none of them are credible. Why do you think Dagdar connects it to Three Houses, Sim? I don't think there's anyone named Dagdar in Three Houses. Lifus was one of the many to earn a post as a government official and served as one for a short time before vanishing. During his time in office, the Kerberos garrison wiped out the pirates still hiding in the Corsair Isles and other nearby islands. After that resounding victory, Lifus simply disappeared from the pages of history. Yeah, there's a Dagda, but it's not Dagdar. Difference there. After fighting was all over, Fergus vanished almost immediately. Was he an illegitimate son of the legendary knight Beowulf? A long-lost prince of the Connaught royal family? Rumors persist about this mysterious figure. But with Fergus gone, the truth has been lost forever. Returning to her native Cilice, Karen finally fulfilled her dream of joining the Order of Pegasus Knights. Although her service record doesn't indicate she went on to do anything particularly noteworthy, Karen nevertheless became regarded as an excellent Pegasus Knight in her own right. The answer is yes, he was an legitimate son of Baelol. Doesn't surprise me. Upon returning to Cilice, Zed last took the throne, as the people had longed for him to do. With his indomitable spirit and the tireless work ethic, the war-torn Cilice slowly regained its former beauty. Yeah, Karen trashed a lot of enemies. Returning to Munster, Brian devoted himself to its reconstruction and also taught swordplay to all who wished to learn. It probably helped that Karen also got... No, I guess she only had the one move level that we got to stick with, but still. After the city had been stabilized, he went on to open a small sword with his new wife. Maka returned to Munster, where none could match her sheer zeal and passion for rebuilding the kingdom. She soon married a fellow soldier, who had also served in the war, and gave birth to a child. Despite these changes, her drive to aid Munster never wavered, and she stayed devoted to the city for her entire life. Resuming her original trade of being a dancer, Lara went on to perform throughout Thracia. Her captivating dance, known to rejuvenate the audience's spirits, soon became a symbol of Thracia's own revival. Many people were themselves inspired by her artful, vivacious performances. Lara could have been my dancer. Yeah, I did. I was pretty sure I missed it somehow, because in Heroes I know she's a dancer. Determined to protect everyday folk from bandits, Dawson relocated to Kerberos' Gate, where his sibling lived. He maintained a round-the-clock watch, fighting off brigands every day and night. For a time, his life was a cycle of battle. But before long, the bandit gangs that had long plagued the area around the fort were all but wiped out. Once said to be a place more terrible than hell itself, the fort was now called more safe than the gates of heaven. Wow, lots of credit to Dalton there, I guess. Wade was appointed commander of the new Kingdom of Thracia's military, the highest rank in the army. He was entrusted with overseeing the military's reorganization as it swelled in number, with North and South united. Initially too large to be sustainable, the army's excess troops were divided to several new branches, with only an elite few soldiers permitted to stay in the main force. I have to bring Lara to 12X and then talk to Pern. Makes sense. The restructuring of the military was successful, and his organizational acumen saved Thracia from a financial crisis. You don't deploy her in 12X, she doesn't speak up about it. Huh. I almost deployed her too, but I chose Lefis because he was bulkier. After the new Kingdom of Thracia's army had been stabilized, Selfina resigned from her post as an officer. Instead of becoming a mother, She opened her family's mansion to the many children who lost their parents in the war. The orphans she saved grew up to be great men and women, a new generation that guided Thracia into the future. Because of this, Selphina is not only remembered as a knight, but also as the mother of Thracia. Played unfairly dead last in Choose Your Legends 1. RIP. For centuries afterward, people would invoke her name for good fortune, hoping to inherit her strength and kindness. Leaving the ways of the lands behind him, Kane became a civil servant. He instituted sweeping reforms to restructure Leonster's army, making comprehensive policy changes, one by one. Yeah, Selphina did quite well for me, although she was largely carried by the Brave Bow. Nicknamed the Taciturn Tactician, it is said that Leif and his descendants relied greatly on his wisdom. Because before the Brave Bow, I was relying a lot on the Killer Bows, and yeah, aiming for crits is not great. At his own request, Alba was reassigned to Leif and Altania to South Thracia. There he strived to quell the area's civil unrest and restore order to the war-torn land. Carried by her bow rank too, little bit, yeah. At first, the locals treated him with distrust, referring to him only as the Northerner. Gasp. I feel offended. Yet his jovial and friendly nature eventually won over the people's hearts, and they treated him as one of their own. Not many great archers to be had, she was good enough. Yeah. Robert's fondest wish was granted when he was assigned to a permanent post in the army of New Thracia. Despite fighting countless battles, he was a nervous wreck when at the royal court, or other social functions. Unbeknownst to him, this only added to his popularity among the army's female officers. Ooh, mysterious. We find Tanya quite a good archer each time, but we didn't get to have that. It's true. Noble man of Leonster, huh? At Leon's own request, Callian transferred to a posting in Castle Meath, which reunited him with Hannibal. From then on, the two worked together to ease tensions between northern and southern Thracians. He is considered one of the most influential factors to the successful reunification of Thracia. Telling Leif he was going back to his hometown, Pern departed for parts unknown. You know, Pern never died despite being at like 1 to 3 health so many times. Rumors abound about his activities since. Some say he returned to banditry, others say he helped rebuild Tara, and so on. The truth remains a mystery. After the war's end, Salem moved to a rural area and became a recluse. He recorded the story of his life in writing. His memoirs told the tale of a man who had once been a member of the infamous Lopter Church. To historians, they were an invaluable resource, offering a rare glimpse into the inner workings of Loptrian society. Even after everything she had been through, upon returning to Tara, Tina remained just as rash and impulsive as before. Did she ever settle down and become less wild? Disappointingly, the history books don't say. Lenoan returned to Tara and set about rebuilding the war-torn city. She guided Tara into an unprecedented era of prosperity, secretly using her wealth to support Leaf's reign. Not enough Tina this play. Man. Despite being praised for her beauty throughout her life, she never married. Tina starts with, like, no magic, and she broke her thief staff doing dumb things, so I don't know. Her marital status, or lack thereof, became the subject of constant gossip. After the war's end, Dean escorted the wounded Aryan to the former region of South Thracia. I would have to level her up a lot too, because like 3 magic does not let her steal from many targets. Continuing to watch over him, Dean was later appointed the head of the reborn Draco Knights of Thracia. A few years later, he re-entered the stage of world politics, his new post elevating him to a key role. Could have repaired the thief staff, yeah, but she would have had to attain stats that would compel me to actually repair it. After the founding of the new kingdom of Thracia, Ida became a close friend and confidant to Altena. Ida tried her best to raise her spirits, as war and its revelations had taken their toll on Altena. She took her duties so seriously that she never concerned herself with her own well-being. Oh no, not workaholism. Ultimately, Ida sacrificed her own happiness to better devote herself to serving Altena and the restoration of Thracia. Tina stonks. Over toured the entirety of Thracia, performing in every city, big or small. Everywhere he went, he sang the heroic saga of Leaf. Based on his first-hand experience in Leaf's army, his song was universally beloved and became a staple of Thracian culture. Of no use to the new kingdom of Thracia, Shanam returned to his native Isaac. He quickly discovered that he was ill-suited to the life of a sellsword, and gave it up in favor of leading an honest life. Yet somehow he was a sword master, still. Trash stats, but still somehow a sword master. Taking up farming tools with the same ferocity he swung a sword, Ralph poured his energy into healing the land. Save for this one detail, no other record of Ralph can be found in historical texts. Where are Shanam's abs? Having made no effort to preserve a record of his deeds, he is emblematic of the many humble folk who aided in Thracia's restoration, but chose to fade into obscurity. After the war's end, Dermot departed for Augustria with his cousin, Prince Aerys. Their combined efforts led to an era of unprecedented growth for their motherland. After the liberation of Munster, Gaza simply vanished. There is no further mention of him, good or bad, in any reputable historical source. They didn't commit to the bid on Shanam, so sad. Rip. Perhaps he disappeared into the night, or perhaps his existence was deliberately covered up. There's no way to know. Sarah quietly removed herself from the public eye after the war. According to several legends, she was placed under Leaf's protection and lived a humble yet spiritually rich life. I should look up Sarah's gross on Veilbot for kicks. I mean, I could just go Serenus too. Shannon has 50% HP, strength, speed, luck growth, but 5% magic skill and defense and con growth, but they didn't make the move growth 5% to commit to the bit. Yes, Finn. The Brave Lancer. So it's truly the end of Kaga. Yes. And I guess this is... Oh, I was gonna say this is one of those carts that just ends and doesn't actually put you back to the title screen, but apparently not. It does in fact put us on the title screen. Yeah, I don't know what FCM is. I noticed that it was something listed on the stat screen and I didn't figure out what it was doing, or could be doing. Yes, it was a blind mechanics run. But now that we're done, if anyone wants to say what it is. Also, okay. Am I right in... You know how Halfan kept getting crit when being attacked? You guys said you were gonna tell me at the end. Am I correct in assuming it's because of Vantage? That it was triggering Wrath because he was going first. That is funny and really dumb. I can't believe Vantage and Wrath interact that way. But when I was looking at that the second time it happened, I went, hold on a second. Yeah, Vantage not so advantageous. Okay, so there's a reason Fergus kept critical a lot. The original game didn't see its FCM. It's supposed to be hidden mechanics, so I got the legit experience. Crit is capped at 20 for your first attack. And the second attack is your crit times FCM. That's weird? Capping it at 20. Like, that's kind of terrible for killer weapons. Especially since, like, when the game is telling me that Sed has 61% crit. If it's capped at 20, that's so bad. Or 30. 30 is still pretty bad. Like, if compared to having 50 or 60 listed. You're getting, like, super cheated out of it. Oh, the music... Wow, the music really cuts off in the menu? Okay. Can we go back? Okay, just so we have some music or something, it's not dead silent, I'm just gonna load endgame again. Second hit isn't capped, it's multiplied by your FCM. That's why Fergus and Homer are funny. And Ocean, he has Wrath and 3 FCM. Because they can hit the base 20 crit easily and get to 100 crit on follow-up super easy, huh? Yeah, that explains a lot about why Ocean and Fergus were just murder machining through everything. With second hit crits. This really huge mage I missed in 4x2 as well, I see. Actually, since we're here... So if we look at it... where is Fergus? FCM 5. And 3 for Ocean. What does Marina have? Marina also has 5. Armour has 5. I think Asbel has 4 FCM or 3, but his personal gets 40 crit? Wow. Liffis and Safi and Sarah have 0. Okay. It was fun to play through the catch when you could, because it's not every day you see someone play actually blind. So me, it's... I have 0 FCM. Okay, you just won't crit second attack. I mean, I wasn't assuming that we wouldn't crit. Because we still often had, like, 10%-ish listed. But if that 10% was actually being multiplied to 50 by FCM, that explains a lot. Does the vanilla game tell me that scrolls negate crit? Not sure if scrolls are given any description in the original. Huh. I always assumed, from what I was told, with it just being, or the stats stuff being added, was that it did tell, but I guess I don't know. Because it'd be weird to just have the scrolls not say anything at all. You did want to talk about Chapter 16B, The Force with a Rouge Berserker. Okay, what about that one? You think it says gives the wielder increases forces and prevents crits. Huh. Yeah, I guess the game doesn't, or the series doesn't really officially have any way to refer to growths. So forces sounds like a really weird way to say it, but at the same time, it's like not like they had an official terminology, right? That chapter, if Leaf waits on the castle in the middle, I rescue the princess, the guys say they captured. Makes sense. I was really close to doing that, too. I was checking to see if he could seize on that one time through, and I just didn't click it. Miranda's the worst student in the game, so congrats on not getting her? Wait, what? Really? So they give you like a super great mage in 4X if you get it. And then go, by the way, here's Miranda, like 10 plus chapters later. Imagine FE6 Sophia, but you get to use anime magic. Okay, so like, slightly less bad. They have Wrath at least? Yeah, just gotta get Miranda to the point where she doesn't get exploded in one hit, right? Maybe they expect you to use Miranda because she's cute, and I don't know, maybe. I mean, I guess there are technically a lot of characters in this game where They're like obviously strictly inferior, but you can use them if you want. Isn't there also some difference to the deployment screen, like showing which units spawn or something? Does it? I guess I can't be sure because I've never played the original. I don't know what the difference is between actual cart and this patch are. Aside from, I know the scrolls aren't supposed to show the growth increases and FCM isn't supposed to be shown. I know those, but Ran is very angry and blames Leaf for the downfall of her city. They know each other as kids, so there's some interesting backstory with her. Ah, okay. Maybe you're thinking of some patches let me move units around. I think this one is supposed to be one where you can do it, but like to keep the experience, I didn't do it. Although I don't know how I would. Let's see. No, I can't do it there. Does anyone know how I would if we actually have the patch that does that? Oh. Once you go into options to change if you want deployment, repositioning. Do we have that? Ah, there we go. Rearrange units. You can turn it on. How am I supposed to actually do it, though? Ah, here we go. There we go, yeah. So I played without that option on to have the vanilla experience. Wait, hidden data. None, inventory. Chapter... Number 2 is chapter 3. Or no, chapter 3 is hidden skills. What? Oh, some units have hidden skills. Surprise. Ah. I guess that makes sense. Sound effects, blah, blah, blah. Alright. So yeah, it was an option, I just didn't use it. But also, it's not something that's in the original game. Example is Kemp can't be killed on 11, right. Or Ival prior to 5. Oh, so she just... Does she just have, like, a super miracle that prevents her from actually dying? So she can't die in the arena chapter. Okay. So it wasn't her getting lucky when I just decided to YOLO into the middle of those dudes to let Nana escape. It was actually them not killing her. Although they also captured her. Also prevents stats effects, but no one has poison before that chapter. That makes sense. She'll always dodge if she would die. Ah, so if I want to be... I could have been just super cheeky with capturing that meteor mage on the map before Munster. Or I guess before the jail. If I had actually known that. That's funny. Is this patch the best one quality of life-wise? I don't think so. Kirby said it was older. I think there's a patch with more in it. You remember that time in 3 Houses Bane's where that one green wyvern just lived miraculously lived longer than it had any right to? I mean, that's what's his name, the undefeated or whatever. Except then he got murked by something else, like right at the end there. There's a super late game Gaiden where you rescue all of your captured units. Oh, that's That's that map that said this is a prison, but there's nothing in it, right? I bet. The funny thing about the prison break map is you can immediately leave the map. That's like how in Path of Radiance, you can just walk past and leave the map without rescuing anyone, too, in the prison break, right? If this game was more mainstream, people would probably complain this guide requires capturing units. Bad game. Look, all you have to do then is point out that at least it's not Shadow Dragon DS where you have to actively murder your dudes or get them murdered in order to get your guidance. Optional prison break, yes. Okay, guys. I have completely snoozed the ad breaks at the point where Twitch won't let me anymore, so I'm gonna go refill my drink, but I want to look at the guidance requirements and the recruitments I missed on Serenus, so I'll look through those and discuss that a bit, and then I guess give my overall thoughts on the game, and we'll see where that leaves us, but we probably won't hit, like, normal stopping time. It'll be a little bit earlier than that. Anyway. Grabbing a drink refill, so be right back. Alright, I'm back. Let's see. Most players have a super completionist mindset and go, I have to kill you to unlock this, rather than, oh, this guy is helping me if I'm in a bad spot. Yeah, and then New Mystery kind of shows you what happens if you end up with all those units. Anyway, your bench is just massive, and there's no way you could possibly use everything there, and a lot of them are just bad base stats and growths anyway. You've been enjoying New Theory of Thracia since it rewards you for losing units, since they're incapable of adding a larger current roster to the cast, so they literally have units you can only get by having other units die to clear up slots. I see. One of your main criteria for good Iron Man game is to be able to lose without being able to repeat maps. In Guidance, I saw a way to provide that condition. Yeah, I guess Guidance that give you something to help you, for sure. Okay. So according to Serenez, apparently there is a Gaiden. Well, we know about the 4x one I missed. And 8x. I had to complete it with a boss captured, so he had to be captured before he mounts. And both Dagdar and Tanya had to have not died in previous chapters. I guess that makes sense. I kind of figured there was something to do with the boss there, but I didn't realize he was gonna mount up until he already mounted up. Especially after I got stalled at the bridge by Shiva missing repeatedly. Eight X is gross but juicy. For 8x, if Tanya or Dagdar died in previous chapters, they come back after chapter 7. In the hack, I assume? Or... Oh, 8x has the Wrath Manual? Nice. That would have been cool to have, for sure. Ignite with Wrathgo Burr. Definitely imagined. Wait. If I get Tanya killed early, Dagdar does join me later? Wait, what? That's bizarre. Six has a Paragon manual if I did 4x. I see. Yeah, so, like... getting penalized, like, 9 times for missing one civilian was very frustrating. So 11x. Okay, that's the one where I'm supposed to recruit Olin. Have to complete 11 and 30 turns. Have to activate the Portugalist attack. And Fred has to survive. Except the game gives no real indication how to recruit Fred, and no one could talk to him, so I just killed him. When I trigger the court trap, Red goes green and runs off and joins in 11x. Huh. Fred did survive on one attempt. I only played that map once. Although we were really close to resetting because Leaf almost ate both Ballista to the face. No, we were close to a reset, but Leaf didn't die, so I kept going. Because when I triggered the trap, he was in range of both Ballistae that, you know, surprise spawned and attacked him. But yeah, I just had Finn kill Fred and that was that. Yeah, I have been told that you have to have Lara specifically speak to Pern in order to get it to the dancer. It's quite hard to keep Fred alive. You forgot the revival method? Oh boy. Yeah, see, I was having, I was trying to have Fred and Ocean, I think, lead the way to protect Leaf, so... I definitely didn't just throw Leaf into the middle, assuming Fred wouldn't attack me. Okay, you need both Dagdar and Tanya alive for them to be an 8x, so if one of them are dead, the other one shows up a chapter earlier without needing to do the guide-in. Huh. That's kind of neat, but also weird. I think for that map, until you see what happens when the trap is sprung, you have little chance of clearing it cleanly. I think that goes for a lot of sections of these maps, especially since in the prep screen, they also make a habit of hiding stuff before adding it afterward. We ended up going A-Route. We could have gotten a unit that's only recruitable when Owen is not recruited or dead. Let's see. And then we got Chapter 12X. 14X. Chapter 14, visit 3 or more villages within Tara's walls. Oh, okay. So I guess it wasn't worthless to visit those villages, but I stopped doing it after the first attempt. The free sleuth is on A-Route and Amalda. Makes sense. If you happen to have both Olin and that unit at the same time, it breaks the game. Does it just, like, replace Olin's slot with that unit when it loads the map or something? If you don't have Olin? "14X is a personal weapon for Dean in the bottom left corner." Huh. It permanently grades one of them out. Huh. That's curious. Let's see. And then that's just the red split stuff. Okay, and then 21X's that have to have someone captured. which we didn't. Chapter 24X is completed with a key SF obtained and Sarah alive. So that's what you meant by the chamber up top, then? "14X is skipped by most people, but it's an escort mission where you get a bunch of S ranks if you save villagers." Ah, neat. But also escort mission, so I can understand why people skip it. So what is then... I guess, let me just do this. What is actually in that room then? Like, is it just a chest or are there like more enemies? I guess I could just replay this chapter real quick, but... It looks like a small room. Inside that room is a special staff that Sarah can use to turn stone to flesh. Right, the Kia staff. One of the civilian boys can open the door. Ah, I see. But they don't really give any indication for that. Right? Because none of these are actually, like, named or anything. So the idea is just, like, to let the civilians do their own thing, creeping up 2 tiles at a time until they open the damn door. You turn toward if I let them walk further. I guess that makes sense. It's weird that the kids let you in, though. Yeah, I could rescue one over there, but I'd have to actually know that they're gonna open the door for me. Fatigue system generally goes up by 1 per combat, with saves having their own system. Unit with fatigue when their fatigue exceeds their... Or is fatigued when their fatigue exceeds their max hit points. Okay. That explains why Fergus often got to just get away with a ton of combat and going, yeah, I don't know, I'm not tired. Like, is the kid going, oh, what a weird door, I wonder. A door opens, whoops, I broke it. I guess a lot of people might think waiting for the kids to escape would give a reward. Yeah, I wasn't sure, because letting the kids escape in 23 didn't seem to do anything. And then the map started spamming stuff out of the pillars. So I thought maybe there was some kind of time limit if I was gonna end up getting a guide in or not. So that's why I just kind of moved it along and finished up. extremely funny pillar mages. Yeah, it's very rude spawn. Not as rude as the random forest tiles spawning them in 23, but it is very rude. Did I see the wall mage in chapter 5? I don't think I did. I had Homer spawn inside what was essentially a wall when I recruited him. Oh, what was once a wall became a mage and also a way to get to the exit, I see. It's completely blocked off in chapter 5 until I open the arena. Okay, I must have been looking at chat when that happened, I guess. Personal saves like Hammer and Thief and Kia raise fatigue by 5. Okay. Very easy to not notice it. Makes sense. Yeah, Homer's the one I think of as the wall mage or the inside house mage, since he spawns inside an impassable tile, or did when I recruited him. Okay, that does it for the Guidon chapters. So, how many recruits did I miss? Probably like 10 plus. Let's see, we didn't get Dagdar or Tanya back. Let's see. There's Asbel, or I think it's officially Asbel. I mostly figured out Vigor Stars. I don't think I figured them out at all. I figured out that they give a chance for an extra turn, but I had no idea what the proc rate was. 5% chance for each star, and then authority stars are map-wide. That explains why they were so gross. Especially from, like, multiple authority star sources. 3% hit and avoid. Very fun when the enemy has a collective 18 of them. Yeah, like, the river. So I had to save a specific civilian in Chapter 4X to get Hicks, because apparently another Axe Knight. Okay, then Fred joins in 11X, if he didn't die. And then Fred is required to recruit Olin in 11X. Oh hey, if Trude hadn't blown himself up, I guess I could have actually had him if I captured him. Because at least it says here, if I talk to him with Pern or capture him, it recruits him. Although I guess it's just like Myrmidon number 5 or whatever at that point. Trude isn't considered very special, but he can be gotten. I guess he's there for if we need a body and everyone's fatigued. He'd probably be better at fighting than Shannon. Trude is the most obscure behind Ilios? Wait, who? I'll get to him? Okay. Wait, more obscure than Xavier? Okay. We got Tina, Gwade, Dean, Ida, Homer, Lanoan, Ralph. Oh, is this... Okay. Ilias is supposed to be the character that we get in 16A if Olwen was not recruited or got killed. And it says enemy talk with Karen. I see. Xavier, you at least know exists. It's true, but fiddling around with his mechanics to get him is extremely annoying. I feel like it's so unlikely for someone to get a first try, it may as be obscure as any of the other stuff. You like using siege tomes like Meteor and Bolting with Ensorcel to one-shot Ballista, but you have to get Asbel and train his fire rank or get Olin for that. Yeah. And like, I had a bunch of Boltings too, and I had Homer in so much combat with Thunder Tomes. Like, he broke at least 4 Thunders, and he only got maybe halfway through C. So that definitely wasn't an option for me at any point, even though I had the Boltings. But I guess if I had Olwen, I could have done the Boltings. Olwen's bases are trash? Rip. The game will not tell you need Karen even if you recruit her and bring her. Weird, okay. And doesn't have a personal or support? Wow. So really hidden character and then they decide to just give that character nothing? Oof. Yeah, I'm opening up the floodgate to things I missed, where I just looked at all the Gaiden requirements, now we're looking at missed recruits. He does have stats? Okay, so he got something. He's considered worse because supports are busted. Yeah, I kind of noticed that. I wasn't completely sure on who was supporting who, but occasionally I noticed that when I was balling people up, that I was getting more stats than just what Charm would give. Olwen's strength lies in her early recruit, Haunts, and Dire Thunder. I would assume Dire Thunder is there to help her level up. There's a really funny final map strat. Leaf support makes Nina pretty good. Since Leaf will always be there, makes sense. What's the funny final map strat? Oh, you prefer Elios? You can always use them until use Olin until it's time to upgrade him? Ah, yes. You can use the Marth method. Supports are also one way. I think Genealogy had a bit of that too, didn't it? So I guess that's not too surprising. Olin is Thracia is Citrine, but Citrine's not bad. Citrine is just like tons of magic, which is actually kind of an asset. You just have to work around it. Final map, funny strategy, use Blizzard to put the 30 magic people to sleep. Ah, I see. I was thinking about that too. If I could have managed to capture Blizzard somehow in the 2 maps they were available on the boss. It's technically, yeah, there's no check there compared to using the sleep staff. There are 2 ways to play Mimosa or 1 way. Okay. Glade gets 20 hit, avoid, crit, and dodge from Selfina. Huh. So I guess there was a reason to have him try to, or hang around with Selfina more, I guess. Even if he wasn't doing any fighting himself. You can also ensorcel someone and have them stand on a purple tile to stack magic high enough to silence sleep anyone. Fair, I guess. Anyone except for Raedric. Right. The problem was definitely the initial breaches for me, though. Because, like, once we breached, it was basically... The only huge unknown was Canis, and if Ced would get gibbed, crit gib trying to crit gib her. Although, if we had to reset, I definitely would have swapped a scroll over to Ced. Okay, there's also... By not going the A route, I missed Shruff. He's in a village, apparently. And there's Misha? Another Karen recruit. Enemy, talk with Karen, then capture her. And to do that, you have to sleep her to dismount her. And then Karen also has to be alive at the end. Huh. That's a lot of things. Con is useless because magic always weighs you down. I see. I was kind of wondering that. I started to assume it was actually strength and then a strength check, and because basically every mage had 0 strength, that was their problem. Diathan is pretty good, but don't ever miss a melee range or she's dead. Kind of like how Finn bodied Reinhardt by quadding him. Let's see. Alright, we got Sarah and Shannon. You guys already told me about Miranda. So Xavier, yeah, whatever. And Amala and Conowar. So these are, I guess, mutually exclusive paladins, because you can only have one of their recruitments. Is that... So for those formations, if you recruit them, does it recruit or green out their formation too? Or do, like, the guys who came along with them just still try to kill you anyway? The enemy would need to do more than 16 damage and double, which most enemies don't actually reach. I see. The reliable way to recruit Xavier is to carefully choke and sleep sword the armors. Which, unfortunately, I didn't have a sleep sword. I didn't bother to capture it. Which was very unfortunate afterward, but I didn't know I needed it, and the stats on it looked really bad. Then the game breaks its own rules, letting family talk to a sleeping person. That's funny. The game also breaks its own rules for capturing. Like when the enemy captures you and steals your entire inventory in a single turn. Oh, the enemy only receives the damage penalty for its captures, not any hit penalty. Interesting. Remember, everything the game breaks its own rules, it's because Kaga willed it. I mean, to be fair, the game... Like, games normally need to break the rules for the AI to some extent anyway, in order to compensate for not being able to very easily adapt to the player on the fly. Yeah, I mentioned her. The Misha Pegasus Knight, you have to talk to her with Karen and capture her, and then still have Karen alive. Which seemed like a... I mean, logically it makes sense as requirements, but also kind of weird that they specifically want all that. A-Rat has a lot of stuff, like an A-rank staffer. That's Shruff, right? Warp and a rescue? Oh. Wow, yeah, Warp and rescue definitely sound like a reason, or enough of a reason to just do that route for those entirely. Misha has A-rank swords, which is kind of cool, because training Karen to that is rough. Yeah. Yeah, my Karen ended up at B-rank swords, but only in part because it was basically her and Fergus who were the only functional frontline fighters in Chapter 5. So Karen just had almost C, I think, just from between that and the prison break. Or the early prison break, not the Chapter 21 one. But yeah, she had a lot of sword rank. I had no idea what to do with at first, but it ended up being really helpful. Because she eventually did get to elemental swords, and it allowed me to use her indoors, and her good magic meant that she didn't just explode when it came to fighting magic enemies. So all in all, I was a big fan of Karen. Regardless of where she was. Indoor or outdoor map. According to this list, apparently Dermot doesn't join if Nana died, which I guess makes sense. Sias and Sed. Oh, there's even a note here. If you recruit Sed, then Sias will leave. Nice. Okay, Galzus. That was a pretty straightforward one. An Ival again in 24X. After curing, talk with Lee for Marina. And I assume her stats don't change at all, so like... I don't know if I would have used Ivel even if I got her. Or re-recruited her, I suppose. If only she kept her invincibility, yes. That would be incredible. For the other dead lords, the portraits are Galzus, Sarah, and Lithus. Okay, so I guessed two of those correctly. I assumed it was Galzus and Sarah, but I was guessing that the rogue one was Pern if you missed Pern, but I guess Lithus makes maybe more sense, but maybe not. Actually, power level wise, it doesn't make sense for it to be Lithus, but whatever. Because Pern is just like way better than Lithus, full stop. What are we doing? You're just posting cats. I was going over the mist stuff. So guidance and mist recruitments. 24x is a heck of a map. Plenty of new stuff to see on a replay. Okay. Are we playing endgame and engage endgame but Thracia version? In other words, another playthrough? Not now. Or not... Probably not in the near future. I might redo Thracia at some point. It's only guiding characters except for Safi and Raedric. Right. But having Lithus over Pern is kind of weird to me. One hasn't truly experienced Thracia without going burr with Asbel. That's true. I would like to see just how broken Asbel is from how everyone's talking. But I want to give the Kage games a break for a bit. Like, Genealogy was very rough for me. But comparatively, like, Thracia was a much better experience. Especially story-wise. I feel like Thracia did a lot more to keep its story tighter and its characterization better. Biggest disappointment there is that we didn't get far enough to do like the actual versus Travant Thracia stuff. Because I feel like Genealogy dropped the ball super hard on that, and I would have liked to see Thracia actually fix that, but oh well. You'd agree, you just like micromanagement and Gen 2 prep way too much. Fair. See, the thing I like about Genealogy is like the Gen 1 story with Arvis and Lewin's shenanigans. So, I actually kind of felt less invested in Gen 2 once I got to it. After what you've seen, you've found out you will not touch a Kage game. It's not that bad. It's rough around the edges in a lot of places, but I mean, let's be fair here. There's definitely issues with, say, like FE6 too. And I would say, like, very and completely unironically, I think Thracia is a better game than Binding Blade. Just completely, in almost every aspect, I think Thracia is better than Binding Blade. story-wise, I would say it's also way better than Blazing Blade. I would say I'd probably like it more than Sacred Stones too, even as far as story is concerned. Gameplay-wise, I feel like its first play is very rough, like extremely rough. So I think Blazing Blade and Sacred Stones do a better job there. You think FE6 sucks as pickup balls? Oof, okay. Yeah, it definitely sounds then like all the stuff is not up your alley then. Like the FE7 guidance. Yeah, the FE7 Gaiden requirements, some of those are really terrible. The more you know, the more you find Thracia's ability to get the same tools the enemy has to ruin them. Yeah, that is like the unique, neat thing about Thracia is the capture system largely lets you mess around with the same stuff. You're generally more invested in the Yggdrasil lore than the Game Boy FEs, yeah. Because I feel like Thracia actually kind of knows where it's going. And Binding Blade, I guess it sort of does, and then it tries to do the Gaiden thing and doesn't. And sort of the same for Blazing Blade. Except it's the main story where it's trying to fit itself into Binding Blade, and there are too many factors and they don't cover all of them. Although Sacred Stones mostly avoids that kind of stuff, I think. I can't really think of any, like, serious secrets that Sacred Stones has that would be on the same level as the guidance from Thracia 6 or 7. You're pretty impressed I used maybe one hammered and made Rouge last all game? I mean, part of it was that I didn't use a lot of 1 to 2 range with the axe units because it just wasn't there, and we kind of got away with just equipping an iron sword and having Ocean massacre stuff. And yeah, I liked the late game snowball where once you could use silence to hit a bunch of high value enemy targets and steal their status saves, to start using against more of them. That was nice. But early on I feel like it's harder to actually do that, especially since a lot of the status staff guys are actually just sitting on gates or whatever. Or Salem hitting me with sleep and me not having a restore staff. That was really frustrating. That's when the series steered away from Cryptic Sacred Stones. Well, I mean, Telia still has Stefan. That's definitely a thing. It's awkward because nowadays games don't have any fun secrets for players to find because everything is 100% expected. I guess for Fire Emblem, that's sort of trending that way. But, like, Three Houses has a lot of extra interaction dialogue. I guess it's not really a secret a lot of the time, but there is a surprising amount of extra boss dialogue for maybe some combinations you wouldn't think of. Design philosophy has changed and it's kind of okay, but a lot of people are unaware of what it was years ago and just call it flat out bad. I mean, there's a reason it has changed. Like, I guess in smaller doses it's not necessarily the worst, but like it's very easy to go overboard, and I feel like a lot of 90s games did overkill on their secrets. Which I guess makes sense because they were trying to sell strategy guides, but at the same time that doesn't make it a good excuse. You can say Stefan's a cool secret to stumble upon, but you can also say it's bullshit because people can't get everything on a go without information. I'm of the mind that they should at least telegraph it a little bit, even if it's really vague and not great. And they sort of do that with Stefan, they give you a little bit of information. But, yeah. Most games nowadays are just figured out because the internet will immediately figure it out with data mines. That's true, yeah. Data mine or hack the game, and, well, there's not a lot you can do to guard against people just finding the triggers in the events. There's a very, very vague hint about Stefan that's kind of clown, yeah. Because I remember there's like a conversation where they talk about seeing a weird figure or something, but at the north of the desert, but it's not a lot to go on. There are also manuals, which a lot of people forget about with old games. True. Although, it was kind of hit and miss whether the manuals were helpful too. Because for a lot of games, it's just, here are the controls. And sometimes you got JRPGs that were a little more in-depth about, like, okay, well here are some of the specific specials for the characters. But I used to rent a lot of Super Nintendo games when I was younger, and a lot of those manuals were not particularly helpful for anything other than basic controls, and maybe like a little bit of extra lore, or if you want to see some cool drawings that were manual exclusive, I guess. In particular, like the main one I can think of cool different art is like with the Final Fantasies, all that Amano stuff that had to get converted to sprites in the games. It was definitely like a noticeably, significantly different art style. You enjoyed having first playthroughs with unique stuff you stumble back upon in the GBA FEs. Such as... This game lends itself to replayability simply because you won't do everything and you will get wrecked sometimes. part of the joy is experiencing maps with prior knowledge and understanding how to play them better. Yeah, I can understand approaching it that way. I think, like, part of what I want with, like, generally what I want with games... Wow, okay, apparently I can't snooze anymore. Alright, we might have ads coming up in... Oh, I guess not for another 5 minutes. But generally speaking, I feel like you should at least have enough information provided to reasonably get through on your first try. Just not necessarily getting all the secrets or stuff like that. Which, like, part of this frustrating things with some of the map stuff is they give you preps here, and then on turn 1 they add a bunch of extra stuff that they didn't tell you about. And it's kind of like, excuse me? Alright, now there's a bunch of new name stuff or status saves on the field that you didn't tell me about. You're used to resetting in turn 1 in most FEs? See, I would prefer not to, and like, especially if you look at, say, Engage. Engage doesn't really have anything of that sort. I guess there's probably some stuff in there where you would get an advantage if you reset turn 1, but it's usually set up so it kind of doesn't matter. If you just play really well, then for the most part, Engage maps are pretty... I don't want to use like the word easy like that, but it is like relatively easy to pick it up and do it first try. You definitely don't blame folks for being turned off like Papa, to be clear. To be honest, you think it's kind of slightly hypocritical for you to say this since you did use Mecha's Guide for Thracia. And to be honest, you kind of wish you didn't. Yeah, I mean, having finished Thracia like this, and I know I said that there's a lot of about some of the map design that has frustrated me, and the scenario design, like, again, missing one civilian punishing me 9 times was getting very old very quickly. But I feel like it's still a pretty fun experience with no guide whatsoever. And like, if I had used that guide, I would have known to go back for Asbel. And it wouldn't have been as unique a playthrough, I guess, to find a way to power through the enemies using Nana as my primary mage. For, what was it, like 8 chapters? Until I got Salem? And then Salem got quickly replaced by Homer? See, dude, just what you did, no magic playthrough at all? I don't know about that. It's definitely understandable to have a guide for folks who just don't want to miss anything, but also, like, first playthrough, you can't replicate that exactly. Yeah, mostly reasonable to get through Thracia without a guy, just have to put up with having to potentially do like degen counters to stuff when you don't have all the tools, I guess. BU train Homer, then run out of Master Seals until late game and cry. Rip. Oh yeah, you guys were telling me to look at one of the growths? Homer's growths, right? Oops. That is the wrong game. Okay, Homer, where's Homer? That's Salem. Homer, 65 hit points, 40 magic, 70 skill, 70 speed, 55 luck, 15 defense, 10 build, and 3% movement. Sounds about right. While we're here, Sarah, 40% hit points, 80% magic, skill, and speed. I see. That also explains a lot. Saphies are funny. Let's see. Saphi, 35 hit points, 30 strength, 60 magic. Nice. 45 skill, 40 speed. Actually, I don't think I promoted any of the priestesses. You're trying to refrain from commenting on how it's no surprise my Sarah capped magic skill speed. I mean, I kind of noticed that her growth seemed to be very cracked. But I didn't realize it was like 80% across the board cracked for those three. I was thinking more like 60. It's funny you can keep getting stats after you hit 20, but only until they hit 30. Huh. Is it because... Did they maybe program Thracia assuming they would be using the same stat scaling as genealogy and then change it later or something? You do lose some stats when you dismount, so it's kind of why there's shown increasing past 20. Oh, I see. That's an interesting interaction then. You're guessing it's what I said where they're expecting to go to 30, but they kept it at 20. It does feel like it's easier to have, like, keep a tighter balance when you can have weak enemies that are still kind of threatening, which is easier to do when you have a 1 to 20 scale. Okay, you said Marty too, right? Alright, 90 hit point, 90% hit points, 15 strength? Rip Marty. 5 magic, 10 skill, 15 speed, 50 luck, 40 defense, 75 build. Huh. So he'll have all the con to capture units, except none of the hit to capture units. Boring, should have let Sarah grow more. I would be all for having 30 magic on Sarah to status staff everything around me. Marty party. You know, when I eventually come back to this, maybe I'll train Marty for kicks. Actually, okay, so let's see. Motion gains? Ah, okay, yeah, here we are. So, if I wanted another warrior, I would have had to have done Marty. Because I thought Ocean and Helvin were gonna end up as warriors, but didn't realize. Which also means, I guess there's no player berserkers in the game? Because I assumed the bandits were gonna turn into berserkers, just like, I guess, Binding Blade Brain there. You wish Marty turned into a berserker? But no, it's warrior like Dagdar. Poor Marty. Can't have nice things, right? You've only done one Thracia playthrough and 3 casual genealogy. Shocker, which one do you prefer despite the slogfest? No Zerkers, he gets wrath on them, it's considered too good. I suppose. They could have just cheated the system and not given player berserkers auto wrath. Okay, we're hitting another point where I've snoozed to the maximum and we still can't put off ads, so we'll let them run one more time, since there's probably more than a little bit of analysis with the promotions here. Look at Marty's promos. Yeah, 5 skill and 6 speed. 3 strength. Nice. Of course, these are a little bit different from the classes that are actually in here. You think your opinion of Thracia will go way up on a replay? You just haven't gotten around to it. Yeah, you've been too busy being addicted to Lunatic Plus instead, right? You really want to try the funny efficiency meta of building 100 kills on a javelin for Sigurd? That's... Is that like plus 50 crit at that point? Because I didn't really look into how much the stars actually boosted. I just knew it turned it into crit rate after 50. So at 100 skills, it does add 50% to your crit rate. That's kind of nutty. Yeah, I could see why that would be considered funny to have a super javelin. Isn't there something about an Earth Sword nullifying Pavis? Is that the bug that you guys were talking about to get around Pavis? Earth Sword bypasses it, but you don't know if it's intended or an oversight. Okay. Although it doesn't have a ton of durability. Okay, so one thing I want to or check here. So I've never promoted. Oops, that's wrong. I never bothered to promote like Safi and stuff. So she's a priestess. I'm looking at Cernus. These are all like not translated the same way. Is that supposed to be the sister here? Which promotes into a sage? Ladon promotes the sage. Okay, so it's not the sister class here. Yeah, Sarah. Sarah goes to Sage as well, I believe. Because I actually I promoted Sarah because I thought it was funny and also I wanted more hit points. So she is a Sage. Okay. So what does Safi go do then? Is it Priest High Priest, just like different name? High Priestess? Okay, so she would get light magic. And 3 magic, 1 skill, 1 speed, 1 defense. Yeah, that seems like a little bit of a lackluster one. Granted. I guess she did pretty well for herself. Like, being unpromoted with 12 magic. I guess you could argue that's just her growths in play, but still, like, that makes her... still makes her impressive. So, if we were going for, I guess, straight staff bot, like, +3 magic from going to High Priest would actually be kind of nice. She's considered super good because she can be your first warp user and prepare to use it more, that's fair. I did underuse Hammered a little bit. I guess I was being new mystery brained, trying to be a little more conservative, but I probably could have been more aggressive with a few of the... Actually, probably more aggressive with the Vouge and the Brave Lance if I had to say something I'd use more and then repair. I think Finesse Miracle. Yeah, I was taking advantage of that when I fought Reinhardt. So using Brave Lance to boost his luck. And I don't know if it was the Reinhardt missed or that we procced Miracle. I kind of didn't care which, because Finn managed to not get exploded. Okay. Looks like... I guess the only other one I didn't touch on is if I had promoted Salem, but I decided to promote Marita instead. So if Salem had gone to Dark Mage, it would have been 3 magic, 2 skill, 4 defense. Okay, 4 defense is a lot. And a con. And then just gave him staff rank. That seems fair and kind of nice, although his stats weren't really in a place where I was wanting to lean into him there. Do we do the funny guiding with 5-syllable warps and rewarps? Oh, that's the prison map? Because, I mean, you can do that in the main story. If you take the B route, the forest had a bunch of rewarp sorcerers to mug if you want. And then, if I hadn't blocked the southern stairs in 18, could have got some more rewarps from those sorcerers if I decided to mug them. The prison map has 5 warps on people? What? But why? I would not expect letting your units get captured to allow you to get 5 warp staves. Oh, there's a room with 3 warpers just waiting to warp reinforcements to kill you, and then like 2 more. Ah, so that turns into silence them and mug them. Prison map is really just use saves to get more saves. Yep. Sounds like late game Thracia. Or Tina's Thief Staff Fade. Yeah, I suppose you could do that too. Wait a sec. Okay, so Sereness has a listed thing for going from rogue to dancer. Is that a thing you can end up doing if you promote Lara and then have her talk to Pern? Because it's like a D-promotion, it takes stats away. You can go Thief to Rogue to Dancer to Rogue. Huh. Ah. She can be effectively level 80. I see. You lose stats from Thief to Dancer too, but Dancer, yeah. Oh yeah, huh. -1 skill, -5 speed. Yikes on the -5 speed, but okay. That sounds great. Alright, so long story short, Thracia is funky. Anyway, yeah, I guess once again, generally a pretty positive experience. I like it noticeably more than Genealogy. And I would probably want to replay it before Binding Blade again, for sure. And probably before Blazing Blade again. And I think Trivalco brought up Birthright and Rev, too. I'd probably rather play Thracia before those two, too. Next FE playthrough will probably be... I'm thinking of doing an unpromoted class-only Engage run. So I guess we'll be starting that tomorrow. And at some point I'll probably come back to Thracia. Just... I need to give the Kaga stuff a rest for a while. Yeah, I definitely wanted... I want to see all what the hype is around Asbel, and then we'll do the Marty Party memes too, probably. Unless I change my mind, and... I don't know who else I'd consider as meme-worthy, but... I don't know. someone did an Iron Man LTC of Engage, which you haven't watched yet, but seems cool. Yeah, no promotions. And I'll probably have to... Since like half of the Engage cast comes in promoted, I'll have to spend second seals to unpromote them, but... I wanted to try that with Engage because the caps for unpromoted units are high enough that it shouldn't be like a complete slogfest to fight through. And also it makes it so I have to go away from using like standard Mage Knight bonded shield strats. Granted, it'll probably end up doing something bonded shield, but it won't be with a Mage Knight because we won't be able to use one or get one. Anyhow, I think that's about all I want to look at for Thracia data and stuff. I probably missed something, but it's not really worth fumbling around trying to figure out on stream. So I think I might just call it a little bit earlier here. And we'll come back tomorrow with the unpromoted Engage. We'll also be doing... Or no, wait, not tomorrow, Friday. For some reason I thought it was Sunday. I am weird-brained right now, I guess. Yeah, so Friday we'll come back for this, or for Engage. Unpromoted Engage, so we'll do that Friday, Sunday, Monday. Otherwise, Wednesday, Thursday, we're doing Unicorn Overlord. Sort of finishing up the tail end of the hardest difficulty. It's still like the last 40% of the game, so we're unlikely to finish this week, but we'll get as much headway as we can. And for once I have a raid target. Guru is doing, I guess, a Sacred Stones ROM hack, so let's go crash his channel and say hi. Anyway, thanks for watching, everyone. Hope to see you on Wednesday for some Unicorn Overlord, if not on Friday for Engage. And have yourselves a good night.